absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it.
That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man.
Oh,
The world is watching. We're live.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
oh no.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs.
Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work. All right. Good morning, everyone, wherever you're watching in the world. This is the time to watch the 50K in the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. And look at this, picture perfect Switzerland, a little village on the hill. We will be treated with, once again, fantastic images. And talking about fantastic, I will have the privilege today to be commentating with a person I have already had the opportunity to do commentary with, so she's got heaps of experience under her belt, and she's one of the few who has joined the club to win 2 of the UTMB World Series final, OCC and CCC, and if you eventually find your way to Cape Town, you'll be greeted by about 10-meter big silhouette of her smiling face. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to bring in Tony McCann.
Oh, good morning, Martin, and thank you for the very kind words. Yes, that 10-meter picture of myself, I hope, is not still there. Quite honestly, it's quite a thing arriving to Cape Town and seeing yourself on a billboard. But yeah, great to be here. Like you say, we're going to be treated to a couple hours now of some beautiful mountain trails, and I'm very excited to follow this race. It's been on my bucket list, so getting a front row seat to the action is only going to stoke the fire, I think, for joining the race next year.
All right. I mean, I would agree that following the live broadcast, if you're interested in the race, is definitely the best option to find out about the course, about the environment, about the mountains, the atmosphere, and here, in true Swiss manner, I trust this is going to be extremely well organized, well composed start, right on time.
Oh yeah, gotta love Swiss efficiency.
Oh yeah, they do. But it's gonna be a brutal course. Like we call it the 50K. It is the 50K category, but it is actually 43K and 3,200 meters of elevation gain. It's a point to point, and there we go. We do have here now the 3D mapping. And as soon as you go past Millet and up to Rogno, you're in the high country. And that it was going to be a very, very technical part of the course. And it's also interesting, Tony, when we're looking at the big names that are anticipated to do well in that race. And a lot of them come from sky running. I think that race will not suit everyone, and which is going to lead to a few question marks as well on runners with very high UTMB index, but will they be able to handle that kind of terrain? And then up, quick out and back to the Cabane Penissier, and then dropping almost all the way down to the valley for sure. But then the runners will have to keep a little bit of gas in the tank, because then they're climbing back up to Verbier. So they're not going straight up the hill, because other course do go straight up the hill. They will take a little bit of a mellow trail, but still finishing with that kick, as you can see on this 3D map, could makes for some very interesting finishes.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this race, it's a race where it'll favor athletes who are well-rounded. Someone who can run technical trails, but someone who also has gas in the tank, who can run that that final section, from the final descent down through the valley and then up to the finish line at Verbier. It's definitely a race that will challenge athletes in all aspects of what's possible in trail running, and that makes, I think, for a very exciting race, and one where really anything can happen. There's no clear favorite, I think, because, like you say, there's challenges in every aspect of this race. I think what's exciting is also, the first 9 Ks of this race, you're climbing, or actually in the first 12 Ks, you're climbing up to 1,500 meters. And that's to the high point at 3,000 meters as well. So there's also the element of altitude here.
Very true.
So there's really a lot of things that are playing into making this a very challenging course and a very exciting course for us as the public to watch.
And there, it will also be interesting to see who made the effort to come early to altitude. Some of the athletes have done that. Because as you said, like getting up to 3,000 meters, if you're coming from sea level, that's going to be a big ceiling, let's say, to your potential, and you might be running at 80%, if that. So there we have the top female runners that we are announcing and expecting to do well. There was Beatriz Paron Aluare from Spain, Laura Emi from Italy that we just see, and here on your screen, Candice Fertin from France, who's got the highest UTMB index at 743, with solid references in France, the neighboring country of Switzerland. So that's not going to be too much of a trip for Candice as well. And she might be on the high of what the Team New Balance has done over Mont-Blanc Marathon, and hopefully can do well. And because also in the men's, we do have another runner from Team New Balance who has the highest UTMB index, if I am correct, of all the male runner. And interestingly, I don't know if you know her very well, but I didn't. Beatrice Parron, who technically has the 3rd highest UTMB index, although, as we said, may not be entirely relevant depending on their skills. But that man, Anders Haga, he lives in Romsdalen in Norway, and so he will absolutely handle the technical. This is going to be his forte. I'm expecting him to play his card right up here. You see, he's done Matterhorn, and then Anthony Costa that you remember
sorry.
probably.
I was just saying.
Yeah, like Anthony says that you remember probably from his third place at UTCT, and then actually hasn't been racing well at all. He has 2 DNFs at Canyons, and it was actually the Val d'Aran race, and he only raced the 50K earlier this year, took second behind Matt Daniel. And then the one I was talking about, Mattia Bertoncini from Team New Balance, is here. And actually, boom, perfect transition. We have them all here on the line. And so, yeah, we'll see how they can bring it home. There is the man, and then on the left, Scotty Hawker is also here. It's good to see a bit of New Zealand representing on the front line. And so there they are. It's good to see their outfit, Mattia and Candice. So all black today. I don't know if this is the smartest way because it looks like it's going to be a hot day.
Yeah.
But at least they look stealth.
You'll be a man, my son. May these verses help you to overcome.
It's also, for anyone who doesn't know the start of this race, the athletes actually had to take the cable car up to Moe, and that's always quite a unique way to start a race. I think it's quite a fun element. So they're starting up in the mountains already, and yet they've still got 1,500 meters to climb in that first 12K. So it's still a punchy climb. Thank goodness they're not starting from the valley. Otherwise, adding another 800 meters to that. But a really fun and unique way to start a race, I think, for the athletes here today.
Yes, yeah, indeed. That's a very good point, and that's again a very Swiss way to do it. We'll bring you on with the cable car, no problem. Here's one of your teammates that we didn't talk about, but he's super solid on technical. Werner Marty, who's almost more known for his skimo results. He's definitely a man from the mountains, so he'll be right at home, and also Swiss, obviously. So that's also going to be helping. Sweet.
Yeah, I think he was actually up in the. I think he was the winner of the last year's race. So he's got a title to defend today.
That's certainly going to help to know the course and know when you can pace yourself and you know when you can throw down and how painful that final climb is going to be. So just to make sure you can push enough, but not too much.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's also very well versed in skyrunning, has that technical element to his in his skill set. So I think he's definitely going to be someone to watch today. Someone from the area who knows the trails, who can run technical. I think that will definitely play to his advantage today.
Yeah, that will be good, and you can see there's a bit of wind looking at the flag right behind some of these front runners, and that's good news if there's a bit of wind up high, because man, these past few weekends we've seen really high temperatures take a toll on the runners, and almost it's worse to have super high temperature than low temperatures.
Yeah, although, if there's the added element of wind and it's still hot, often that can lead to even more tricky conditions for the athletes because you don't realize how much you're sweating.
Yeah.
That wind kind of cools you down, and it's actually very easy to become dehydrated in that situation. So I think it's definitely something that these athletes will need to take into account today if it is very hot and it is windy, just to, consider the element that they might need to hydrate a little bit more. Also adding a high altitude, it kind of does change the game with your nutrition. So something that these people will definitely need to think about today.
Yeah. Luckily, we'll be with the runners who are on the again, air quote, doing the 43K. But when you go up in longer distances, you're absolutely right. That is an element that needs to be taken into account when it comes to hydration and nutrition strategy, because that can make a big difference. And
And there's the music.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know how loud it is for you. We're gonna bring it up a little bit. Alright, if they start on time, which we said we really believe they will, it's 15 seconds before the start.
Everyone's getting ready. The intensity and the pressure definitely building.
Well. It sounded like the rollout of the playlist had the advantage over starting exactly on time. Oh,
There we go. Everyone's stepping up to
There
the
we
line.
go.
You can see. Oh, there we go.
yeah. That was a very quick countdown and go.
It's cool to see
And there we go.
Candace out front there.
Jeez, yeah,
Leading the
she's
charge.
like throwing it down. Even Mattia cannot keep up, and that poor mountain biker didn't get the memo, and he got absolutely reeled in. I love that. Yeah, usually we obviously, like if you're joining us today for this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard marathon, we always have two teams. One team at the front filming the front runners in the men, and then another camp biker, which probably was the one who got past, waiting for the first woman. But then Candice was leading the charge, so he must have been like, wait, what?
Where am I supposed to be? There you go. You can see Van and Marty taking the lead there, along with the New Balance athlete.
That's it. So ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're joining us, welcome to Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard. We'll be covering today the 50K distance, which is 43K, 3,200 meters of elevation gain, point to point, started just at the minute in Moët, and we'll finish up in Verbier. Verbier, we'll get a chance to talk a little bit more about Verbier Saint-Bernard, this little mountain town in the Valais region in Switzerland. Very, very sports-oriented, not only trail running, but other ones that we'll get to talk about a little more. But here we do have the start, one wave for all these runners to get started. And there's a bit of a downhill before they actually kick off that long climb, which is good. It's going to spread the field a little bit, give them a chance to breathe.
Yeah. It's always quite nice to start with a bit more of a flowy section to kind of warm your legs up and prepare for what's to come. You can see
and look at that.
Candice there.
Yeah, and who
That's,
just passed her? I believe this is Anthony Costales.
Anthony Costales.
Yeah. So he did start very conservatively and easy. I like that.
Yeah. I'm not sure if this is something that Anthony has done before, this kind of technical race. So it'll be interesting to see how he fares here. Often American runners, I mean, and this is a full-on cliche, but they're more used to the more runnable stuff. So it'll be interesting to see him to take this on.
Exactly, and then you're absolutely right. That's exactly what I had in mind. We always have the assumption, okay, coming from the US, not so much used to technical, more groomed trails, fast leg turnover. They can move on rolling terrain, but they might struggle a little bit more technical. Yet, 2 years ago, like we see him move through Table Mountain. And he looked pretty comfortable, so there wasn't the element of altitude. But then again, I think he lives up high as well. So I don't think he will be too bothered by altitude. But yeah, it is still an element of question because, I mean, the mountains we have in Switzerland is definitely still a different ball game than what most trails exist on US soil. There we go.
Our top three men. We've got Vanna, we've got Mattia, and I'm not sure who that third athlete is in the blue.
I don't have the answer actually. Because I'd be wanting
maybe
to.
someone.
Yeah, I'd be wanting to see Anders up at the front, but I have actually never seen him race.
Here we go. Let's see if we can catch a number or a name. these guys are charging. You can see a couple 100 meters back, maybe 100 meters back. There's the chase group. So I imagine Anthony Costales and a couple of the other top guys are back there chasing. It's still very early. So, you know, these guys are setting the pace, but there's no saying that they'll stay there.
Yeah. No, they definitely took it out hard. So as you pointed out, Verbier has already won the race last year, so he will kind of know how to pace himself. So if I were Mattia and that other guy, that we'll try to find out. Let us know in the chat if you know who that is. Actually, that would be super helpful. If you're watching on YouTube, we invite you to join us on the live.utmb.world platform, because there not only you'll be able to see the exact same video, but then you'll have access to the profile. You can have runners in your favorites. And you'll have the chat. You'll be able to interact in the chat with us all, and that will make a big difference because you'll have GIF to share all your emotions. So it looks like even in the studio they didn't have the name of that third runner because they only had shown Werner and Mattia. There we go, Dimitri Bussard, Swiss runner.
There we go.
Put that down. And so, as you were saying, Tony, you're going to have to be an extremely versatile runner to take it out, because those kind of super runnable dirt road, but kind of a douche grade, you really need to have the runnability and the running economy to move well without burning too much energy up at the front. And it looks like the top three guys are doing just that. And yeah, again, my assumption was to see Anthony Costales being able to keep up with them. But again, you know, as we pointed out, like 2 DNF in the past 2 years, he might want to just get to the finish and reconnect with racing in a less aggressive kind of way, which would be perfect.
Yeah, sometimes these races are here to build confidence for someone who's potentially had a couple bad races. And the best way to do that is actually just to feel good and have a good race and not to worry too much about where you are in the race. It's a good way to, build that confidence back so that you can head into the next race knowing that you can finish it. I think once you've had a string of DNFs, it's quite hard to mentally be able to feel like you can complete the race and to complete it in a way that leaves you feeling satisfied. So it's a good strategy to start a bit more conservatively so that you know that finishing is possible and finishing feeling good is also possible. And who knows, in a race like this with his skill set, maybe he finishes on the podium. So I think he's racing smart today.
I at least hope so. This is the beauty of live broadcast. We can only speculate at this point. Team, we have a quick commercial break, but we'll be right back with you. Stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
I'm going to let you restart. And here we go. We're back,
And
team.
we are back. We are back, and we are with the front men leaders of the race here, Mattia Bertocchini and Van Amarty. These guys have taken it out hard. And, you know, looking at this, you would think that they were just running on the flat. You can see by the profile that we are seeing on the left of the screen, it is not flat. These guys have been climbing for a couple Ks now, and they are still moving so well. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see this race because they've taken it out hard. And there we are with one of the female athletes. She is not the lead, but I imagine she's one of the top 3 ladies. Let's see if we can get up. We've got 2 ladies on the screen there, so I imagine this is 2 and 3. Let's see if we can get a number and a name. She's got some pretty slick pit vipers on. I like her style, little hearts. There we go. We've got second woman on the screen, and then behind her would be third. And they are moving super well as well. I think we were saying just now that this kind of climb is really tough. It's this kind of sustained climbing is pretty brutal. You've got to have a really strong efficiency. Oh. I think we are back with the second wave of the race. Right, so we are back at the start line, and this, I imagine, is the second wave of the Verbier Marathon. So these guys are getting ready to embark on their adventure today. Here we go, second wave getting ready to take off. And while we watch here, we will be waiting in anticipation to see what's happening at the front of the race. But yeah, there they go. Second wave is off. Great to see so many people who have taken the time to get up there this morning and to cheer on these guys as they take off on their day of running. a day of adventure out in the Swiss mountains. It's not such a bad way to spend a day. And they've taken it out pretty hard as well. But yeah, I'm just here sitting on my own because Martin is.
No, I got your back.
There we go. You're back.
There
you're
we
back.
go. It's just
back.
throwing you in the
people were
deep
getting
end
sick
and
of my
see
voice
how
already.
you're handling it.
Well, I hope I did okay, but it's definitely nicer when you have someone to talk to, that's for sure.
You did fantastic. You passed the test of fire.
Phew. You can see in the distance there where those athletes are running back with Vanna and Mattea now. You could see in the distance of that drone shot at the start line where they were running. And you can see that it has not been flat. And really, these guys have made it look easy. They are cruising still up at the front of the race. You can see that the third guy, Dimitri Bussard, the Swiss athlete that was with him, yeah, he has fallen back quite drastically. And it even looks like that chasing pack has fallen back quite significantly too. So, yeah, these guys are pushing.
Yeah, it's impressive, especially so early on. I mean, it could be their strategy. We've seen that recently in Val d'Aran. Like, you open such a gap that basically you're out of sight, out of mind, and whoever is chasing you, just that breaks their spirits. It's like, well, you know what? There's like 15, 20 minutes gap. I'm just never going to close that one. So they just stops chasing. Really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think these races are won anymore by racing conservatively. I think if you're going to win these kinds of races, you really do have to go out hard. And we've seen it in pretty much every single race this year where records are broken. People are racing hard from the start. There's no such thing as, getting halfway and then the race starts. It's from the gun, off you go, and you're pushing the intensity. And it makes for really exciting racing, but it also makes for...
fantastic blowouts.
Yeah, that's it. What's it that I'm gonna
and then yep,
one of those.
And so I mean, it's a very good point. Like, if you just have to have the confidence in your ability, and then be also prepared to get in the paint locker, and then just accept it. Because going out so hard, that technically you're eventually going to get to a point where, there's no coming back from it. I've either trashed my legs or I've got nothing left in the tank, but you still have to make it a little further. And so that's when the mental game comes into play, and how much practice you've done in training, how much you managed to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. And here we had a quick glimpse of Anthony Costellis. So could he already have made past? No, there you go. Here's Dimitri. So Anthony was in 4th. Dimitri is in 3rd. But already quite far back.
And he looks like he's closing that gap pretty quickly. So I imagine we will see Anthony coming into 3rd pretty soon. And here we are with our second woman. This is Anne Koenig from Germany, if I'm not mistaken. And she's also moving super nicely, making quick work of this long uphill that's very runnable.
And as we were talking about, because the terrain is going to be so different in different sections of the race, maybe some of the runners will be up at the front and eventually they get onto technical, and this is not going to be their forte, and then they might fall back. Although, knowing both Mattia and Werner, they're going to do nothing but speed up on those technical sections. So I don't know Anne Koenig, so we'll see how comfortable she is on technical and if she can keep up with that pace in that second place. But she looks good so far.
Like we were also saying, when you build such a gap, especially in a race that has so much diverse terrain, you know, you really do have to play to your advantages when you have them. So, you know, if pulling a gap on a runnable terrain like this is where your strength lies, knowing that you're probably going to lose a couple minutes on the more technical stuff, I think it's also about racing smart in this situation where there is so much diversity in the terrain and making sure that you play to your strengths. It can also be quite strategic.
Yeah, doing your homework is certainly going to be absolutely necessary to play your cards right and not blow out. Team, we got another commercial break, but we'll be right back with you.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
You gonna take it in?
Yes. Welcome back, team, once again on those picture-perfect Swiss trails. All these runners have started 23 minutes ago in the first wave. Oh, and the move has been made, and as soon as we're getting onto steeper terrain, it is Italian runner Mattia Bertoncini who makes the difference on Werner Marti. Werner has probably chosen to hold back a little bit. He knows the course is still a long way to Verbier Saint-Bernard, but wow, Mattia on paper has the highest UTMB index, and he's showing it right now.
There's Werner just behind there. And interesting, the little graph that was at the bottom of the page there, at the bottom of the screen there, you can see the gradient of the climb that they are going up, and that was pretty steep. That was over 10%. They were heading into even steeper terrain soon. So to see him still running up that and looking super strong is amazing. And here we are back with our first woman, Candice Fertin, and she is looking smooth, looking strong. She looks like she's having racing her own race. But like we say, still early on.
Yeah, and so far it's 2 for 2 for Team New Balance. Andrea, who's crewing these athletes, will be pretty chuffed and stressed out. he can't screw it up.
Oh no.
And but yeah, you were right.
Area.
You were right to point out the graph at the bottom of the screen. For people who are not super familiar with it, it's color coded, and so anything that, it goes from green, which is flat, to yellow to then orange, red, and purple. And the purple is above 30%, and it's pretty hard. So here again, I was just going to mention that because we didn't see Verbier. I don't know if he had poles or not. And we saw again last weekend in Val d'Aran on the 50K distance. Usually on 50K distance, 8 runners, they don't take poles because you can usually run most of it. But on those super steep sections, it actually makes a huge difference, especially if you're like familiar with using poles. So Verbier, I'm assuming with his skimo seasons, poles would be a natural extension of his body. And
the same with Candice as well. She's also practices a lot of ski touring and ski mountaineering in winter, so she will also be very familiar with poles. And I think for her it makes sense absolutely to use them. And as we can see, this is really steep, so I think it definitely would come in handy.
Yeah. She's and she was ready, like we were talking about doing your homework. She knew when that climb was coming. She already had gotten the poles out and she was ready to go. So it's good that she's going to be able to race at her full potential. And she came ready. Third wave, which is probably going to start in another 3 minutes. And there we go. The speaker asked who is running this race for the first time. So that's awesome. We have a lot of first timers and they're going to have so much fun out there. What a stunning day it is. And if this is their first 50K as well, like 43K technically, man, they're going to be in for a beautiful day. They'll have a lot of time actually.
First marathon.
Yes, they'll have quite a bit of time to complete it, and they'll have 12 hours and 40 minutes to complete that one. So it shows to those of you at home who don't necessarily have an understanding of those kind of terrain, how brutal that race is.
Yeah, absolutely. When you compare a standard road marathon to a trail marathon where you get 12 hours, you can understand then that the terrain and the elevation and the altitude and all of these elements really do make it a lot more challenging, but a much bigger adventure, I think.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It'll be a bit more quiet as opposed to the big marathons in the city where everybody's screaming at every corner. But man, it's going to be hard to beat those views, especially when they're going to get to the bottom of Grand Combin and they'll see that like 4,000 meter peak just staring at them.
And we've got the first woman, Candice Fertin, on the screen at the moment. She's really making quick work of this climb and cruising past these men. And we can see her really making use of those poles. I think this kind of grade really lends itself to using them. And you can tell she's no stranger to whipping out the magic sticks.
Yeah. And it's just clean, powerful, good rhythm, and transitioning into jogging whenever the grade goes a bit more mellow. Yeah, she's going to be hard to beat today.
Yeah. Yeah, I think people underestimate how difficult it is to run with poles and run efficiently with poles. I for one, am still learning. It's definitely not something that's come naturally. But yeah, she makes it look really easy. You can see that she knows what she's doing, and that transition between run and hike is also difficult. I find it's not easy to always make that transition. So she's doing it really well. And this is Anthony. No. This is Vanna Marty, and this is Vanna and Matea. Sorry.
Yeah. So
back at the front of the pack, yeah.
Dimitri is still there, still in the house after that steep climb. So none of them, it seems, had poles. But yeah, now Dimitri has closed the gap on Verbier, and hopefully Verbier didn't overreach too much by trying to keep up with Matea. But in the meantime, third wave is on the way. There's going to be another 2, and woo-hoo-hoo-hoo, taking it hot. These are for sure the extraordinary runners. It's got to be a bet. If anybody back home knows number 4261, and tell us if she had a bet with someone that she would do the first K in under 3 minutes.
She's going for that Strava segment right at the start of the race.
Hey. Sabrina Imhoff. I mean, it's worth bringing up her name. She is absolutely killing it.
I'm back with second and third men here. You can just see that those views at the back there. I mean, really is the Valais is just insanely beautiful, and I think all of these runners who are out there today are in for such a big treat. I'm already jealous.
Yeah. I mean, Switzerland definitely offers some of the best sceneries there is. And it looks like Vernier is having a bit of a chat with Dimitri, both Swiss runners. And I think if they manage to team up, they could actually have a crack at trying to catch Mattia. But you can see there we're looking ahead, and there's no sight of the Italian runner. Our HOKA mountain biker is gonna roll ahead to give us an understanding of how big the gap is. We can see him in the distance
There
here on
he
the
is.
single track on the yep. Man, he's opened up a bit of a gap, man. So he can still
And I
be
guess
seen.
this is I mean, the beauty of these long wide roads like this is that you do get to see the athletes ahead of you and behind you, which can be an advantage if you're chasing, not so much of an advantage if you're leading the pack and you want to be out of sight, out of mind. But Mattia has definitely opened up a gap there that I think is not impossible to close, but is going to be hard to close for sure as they head into the more technical stuff.
Ouais, presque, ouais. Presque.
And so I don't know if we're gonna have a mountain biker falling back onto second and third place in the women's race to get an understanding of who is still chasing Candice Fertin. We had seen Anne Koenig and Laura Emi from Italy, but I think, Tony, we were missing one runner. So I don't know if we're going to have an opportunity to have images of the chasing woman, or if we are waiting for the aid station at 10 kilometers, like 9.6 in Millet, and then we'll have a split, and there all the names will pop up.
Yeah, so
Wow.
these athletes are going now for 9.5 kilometers to that first aid station. And at this point, they will have done 9.5 Ks and about 455 meters. 932 meters of elevation gain in total. So, averaging about 10% grade this entire race, but you can this entire section. But you can see that some sections are really kicking and then flattening out a bit, obviously. But yeah, they've got 9 Ks to go before they hit that first aid station, where they will be able to refill bottles, get some snacks if they need, and we will be able to see who is where in the race. Because at the moment, our women top 3 is still a little bit unknown to us.
It is indeed. As you were talking, I did a quick scan through the chat, and it's good to see a whole lot of people getting excited about the race and cheering on a lot of runners. Rocky, who I'm guessing is further faster, is Go Scotty Hooker. So Team New Zealand is there. We got Go Mats, Robert as well. And what I loved, I'm not going to be able to call everyone, Go Ralph, Matty, and then Ali Benoit. But then there was an interesting message from Grandpapa, which is granddad. Super Laura, have a good race. So it's good to see that family is tuning in. And kudos to Grandpapa for, being online, finding the platform, following the live, putting comments in. Just like, yeah, there's some serious skills.
Yeah, That's a tech-savvy grandpapa, that's for sure. I don't think my granddad knows how to do that.
So
Also,
yeah,
just to note that these athletes are running at around 2,400 meters, so that's also not that's not insignificant. I think a lot of these athletes will be feeling that. I know that I would be feeling that. That's pretty high, and they're making it look pretty simple.
Ouais, aussi, ouais. Ah, tu peux parler si tu veux dire bonjour à qui tu veux.
Ok. Bah, salut tout le monde.
Ouais.
Bien.
Faire un petit bout, c'est fini.
Voilà.
So Candice is having a bit of a chat with our mountain biker, both being French, and he's like, "Oh yeah, you can say hi to whoever you want." So she's like, "Oh, hey, hi everyone." But she seems to be running well within herself, and
Non, mais je vais
see.
te donner de la faute de course.
Ah ouais.
Ils m'ont dit à l'oreille.
Pétard, c'est-à-dire qu'elles sont pas loin.
Je vais te dire.
Bon bah, c'est en son rythme. Focus sur soi, voilà.
She sounds really good.
Ah, ils aiment bien. Ils aiment bien.
Ah, je relance un peu. Alors, on espère qu'on peut compter sur les proches. Hein.
Ouais.
Because obviously our cam runners are allowed to have a chat with the runners if need be, or if there's anything that they want to talk about, but they still have the role of not communicating any split or gap with the rest of the competition. This is something that has been communicated by the organization, just to make sure that, you know, we don't favor the runners we are with at the moment, and making sure we play a level field. And so that's what he was explaining. He's like, "Oh yeah, we can have a conversation, but I just cannot communicate those information to you." And she was like, "Oh, damn! So that means they're pretty close." And then she pulled out her poles and started just yanking at them.
It's cool to see the split screen here with Anne Koenig in the second position there, second woman chasing, and she doesn't look like she is that far behind, which is great to see.
Bonne course.
Yeah.
But yeah, like Candy's hitting the single track there. She's made quick work of that very runnable section up the trail, and I'm sure all of these athletes are going to be very excited to be hitting the single track after running up that piece slope for a little while. I think it's always quite tricky. And yeah, you can see Anne is actually very close behind. She's hitting that single track as well. So great to see the women up front are racing hard as well.
Yeah, that's about 30 seconds. So yeah, the race is on. Super good. And then hopefully we'll also get an image of our third woman and confirm whether or not this is Laura Emi.
And that is where we lose our mountain bikers. So from now on, I imagine we will be having some camera runners following the athletes, because I think as it gets more technical, we're obviously not going to be able to have mountain bikers following along the ridgeline. But hopefully we will still be able to get some images of the traverse.
And so there we go, wave number 4, and if I got the right information, there's going to be that one and a 5th one, and that will be all of our participants in the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard Marathon. Oh, and there we go. We had our third woman, and it was not Laura, if I'm not mistaken, Tony. It was that lady with the white T-shirt that I think we failed to identify so far.
If anyone in the chat knows who she is, please drop us a message. We would love to give her the shout out that she deserves. She's running in 3rd position in a UTMB race. She deserves to get her name put on screen, that looks like 4th or 5th female.
Yeah, we don't get the full coverage. So in the women's that have crossed the line right around the front was Claire Aubry from France, Marion Chassot from Switzerland, Martina Rigoli from Italy, Stefania Rossi. So yeah, there's heaps of ladies who can be up there, and she may not be right at the front just yet, but she could do really well. Ashley Hoke's Hayden's partner, she's like, we mention her much less because she's usually either on crewing duty or looking after the kids, but she's a runner in her own rights, and it was awesome to see her be the one of the couple toe the line today. And Hayden is actually out there looking after the two kids. We might actually have him pop in the chat later on. We have a bit of a window where the live broadcast doesn't have much images, so we'll have a few videos to show you, but perhaps we'll see him pop in if he managed to find peace in the chaos with the two kids, and he feels like this is possible. And Ashley was like, "Oh yeah, no, you take care of the kids. It's a 50K. I don't need to have anyone crew me. I can handle myself over that distance." So.
Yeah, I love her comment. It's only a 50K. I can carry what I need, which is it's such an ultra perspective. It's only 50K, but yeah, incredible. It's very cool to see them working as a team here, and Hayden actually coaching her. So I believe that he's been coaching her to prepare for this race, and apparently she's been feeling really good and excited. And that's always a great way to start a race, you know, having that curiosity to see what you can do, not really sure where you're going to finish, but excited to push and to see what you can do with the training that you've had. So yeah, it's cool to see the tides turned, and Hayden taking the parenting role today, and Ashley getting to do the racing. And I love to see it. Maybe Martin, you and Ruth one day will do that. You get to race and she'll crew you.
Yeah, she did that once, and I stuffed it, and it was not her fault. So I think the combination where I crew and she races is definitely the better optimized one. That's for sure.
We've got some comments in the chat here to say that the third woman is Judith Mieskes or JC Thompson. So one of the two. Okay, so we've got, yes, she's my niece, and that's her, I'm sure. So we're guessing then it's Judith Mieskes.
All right.
Thank you very much for everyone in the chat for chipping in. So Judith is from the Netherlands, which is always interesting to see an athlete from the Netherlands, considering how flat that terrain is to train on. But very cool to see her out here in Switzerland taking on such a mountainous race. Be cool to see her race unfold.
And we're waiting for. Now I'm not too sure whether this is going to be the fourth or the fifth wave of the rest of the extraordinary runners. So, Tony, are we going to be surprised with another sprint start coming out of nowhere?
I'm gonna guess yes, absolutely.
And this is super cool because, you know, our people from the production, they're like, oh yeah, okay, cool, this is not a non-elite wave, this is the extraordinary runners, and these guys sticking out even harder. They're like, oh no.
The energy in these waves is always so great, and people are so psyched to just be there. But there we go. There's always one.
There's always one. Yeah. Giving it all. And it looks like there's a lot of black and yellow, so that might be a Scott athlete.
We've got Claude Grosjean. Oh, I probably really messed that up, but that's a Swiss runner, if I've got that right.
I believe you have. And
well, there
yeah,
we go.
he's going out hard. Serious face, and off you go. Yeah, there we go.
You gotta optimize what you can. You gotta run what you can, eh? These kinds of races where you've got a ton of climbing and descending. Make sure you run what you can.
Yeah. Or you run until the wheels fall off, and then just, all right, well, fun's over.
Oh, now the fun begins because I can actually, take in and look at the beautiful trails that I'm running on.
Views,
depends on your perspective.
Exactly. Like, slow down. Have Swiss cheese and saucisson at aid stations.
Oh yeah, you gotta love a Swiss aid station because of that.
C'est parfait. On a choisi d'être là, on a de la compagnie. Voilà, que du kiff. Ça ira plus vite à vélo, mais...
Oui, c'est vrai. Il te reste un petit bout encore.
Ouais.
Allez.
Mais ça passe vite.
Ça passe vite, hein.
It's great to see these athletes in such good spirits, and we will be back in 3 seconds to chat more about them.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Ouais, ça change du lac. Ça change du lac. Un peu plus
All right, we're back with some of the runners, and look at this. Our extraordinary runners are having a lot of fun, just smiling away
Allez, qu'est-ce que t'as à dire encore? Qu'est-ce que j'ai à dire?
on the way to the finish in Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard.
Allez, je vais dire bonjour à Mélissa, à Martin, à Laura.
There's a big shout out to Melissa, Martin, Laura.
S'en occupe, ça c'est beau. Allez, bonne course. Allez, merci.
Apparently someone else also is looking after the kids while this young man is tackling this trail.
Trail running is a team sport, as they say.
Yep. in every part of the job, including looking after the kids.
Yeah, important job.
Allez, allez.
It's always so great to see the excitement and the energy in these extraordinary runners who are taking on a race like this. I think it really shows the true spirit of trail running to see how stoked they are to be there. And it makes me super happy to see it. It's very inspiring, actually.
Yeah, and then like some of them are like have seen quite a few winters, and they're still out there crushing it. When you talk about inspiring, like for me, I'm like, man, like 50 plus, 60 plus, sometimes 70 plus, just taking those races, and like that's who I want to be when I grow up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly who I want to be when I grow up, still taking on these badass races. I mean, if you go onto the UTMB website and you look at the introduction to the Verbier Marathon, it says, if you don't like technical and mountainous trails, this one is not for you.
This is not for you.
And all of these athletes, and like you say, some people who have, 60, 70 who are taking on this race, I mean, that's just incredible. If that doesn't inspire you, then really, I don't know what does, because man, if I'm 60 and I can still take on a race that tells me it's really technical and mountainous, and I'm still like to do that, then I'm happy. Yeah, out comes the phone. You gotta take a photo. You gotta have some photo memories.
How is it going? Great. Cool.
Nice weather today.
Yeah.
The track is not too long.
Enjoy your day.
Ouais, Isa, j'ai trouvé Timothy Guénard qui est avec nous des fois, qui filme. Mec, j'ai déjà pété mon bateau au bout d'un kilomètre.
So this, ladies and gentlemen, is one of our cam runners who sometimes is part of the team to offer you those images on the UTMB World Series races. And so he caught up with him and said, "Oh, here's Timothy." And then Timothy's like, "Oh, yeah, I just broke my poles like 2Ks in." So it looks like the spirits are still high, but he sounded like a bit gutted. He's like, "Oh, well." And then he's just like, "Nah, I'm hurting."
That's very disappointing, because now he's got to carry those poles for another 40 Ks, because when you start with them, you can't drop them. You got to finish with them.
Yeah. Oh, man.
Adieu, équipe. Est-ce que ça joue?
Good old Swiss expressions, just basically giving a shout out to everybody in the studio and the team of cam runners.
T'as mis la bière à la fin. Ouais. Alors ils te remercient tous pour ce beau témoignage. Merci. Voilà.
And they all say hi back. This is the true magic of the Outdoor Sports Life team. They all have each other's back, and they're all there to make fun of one another when shit hits the fan.
Gotta love it. So for anyone who doesn't know, this race is a 50K category for the UTMB finals, which means that the top 3 athletes who finish on the podium will get direct entry for the 2026 UTMB finals in OCC, so the 56-kilometer race at the UTMB finals in August in 2026. So there's a lot to play for these guys who are racing up front. I think they will definitely know that. It'll definitely be something that's on their mind. And it makes for an exciting race, because everyone wants that automatic entry into the finals in August.
Yeah, that's true. That's when you have that in the bag for the coming season, and you're like, okay, cool, I can relax, because, like as you say, all these 8 athletes, they want to be at this UTMB World Series final, and so when they get to punch their ticket in, it's like, sweet, the box is ticked, it's done. and then you can focus on the rest of your season and the rest of the season, because now it has changed a bit. They needed to kind of find their feet with the rules and regulations, because you used to be able to run a race in the early season and qualify for the final the same year, but now any race that qualifies to the UTMB World Series final, whether they're part of the UTMB World Series or one of the 4 majors, and those majors offer far more spots. Whenever you get your spot, it's for the following year.
It's time for action, for adventure and liberty. It's race time.
And there we go. So that is the 5th and last wave.
On va être un petit peu chauvin, non seulement dans les plus belles vallées du monde, mais bien qu'on ne connaisse pas tout le monde dans le monde, on va leur montrer qu'on a le plus beau public. On va leur faire une ambiance de dingue sur cette dernière vague. On va taper dans les mains, on va leur faire une hurle, on va demander de se baisser un petit peu, on va faire partir la hola depuis derrière. Allez, baissez-vous.
And it's good that they've also managed to put the ladies up at the front. Certainly appreciate that. And then he was saying, well, you know what? We're going to show them that the last wave is the party wave, and then we can throw a big wave. And coming from the back. Yes. The few times I've had the opportunity to be a start line and finish line speaker, man, this last wave is indeed always the one that want to almost stay there and just throw a party on the start line. They're definitely less focused, less in the zone. They're like, oh yeah, we're here to have fun. Performance comes third after fun, and usually the feedback is like, oh yeah, I'm gonna try everything at 8 stations. So.
And when you're in Switzerland, I don't blame you, because you're gonna have a selection of saucisson, fromage, bread, and it's all gonna be very good quality. So I would absolutely recommend taking your time at those 8 stations.
Et tu reviendras?
Si j'arrive jusqu'à la fin.
Je te poserai la question à l'arrivée.
Voilà, c'est ça, l'arrivée. C'est un vrai défi.
Ouais.
And it's awesome. Like Cameron, like we were saying, oh, so do you like it? He's like, oh yeah, absolutely love the views. He's like, oh, is that good enough to make you come back? He's like, well, find me at the finish line, because it is a real challenge. It's going to be a real challenge for me. So we'll see if I can pull it off. So it's also good to see that as much as they're here, like, yeah, on the right side of your screen, this is party time. Like, it is truly going into the unknown for some of these runners, and they're definitely not guaranteed to see the finish line. So they're going to have to, compose themselves and look after themselves to make it to the... Man, I want to be in that last wave.
Yeah, that looks like so much fun. The proper party bus.
It is indeed.
T'as assez de batterie sur le VTT?
Ouais. Facile ou comment?
Faut pas qu'il y ait Clem qui court devant, parce que là, il y a la kill-cam de l'année.
Ouais.
Ah ouais.
Voilà, t'es en direct. Qu'est-ce que t'as envie de dire?
J'ai envie de dire qu'on est clairement bien ici. As-tu vu ce beau soleil qui nous accompagne?
Mais moi j'ai vu, ouais, je grille aussi comme toi.
Je veux dire, la Gore-Tex, je l'ai pas gardé très longtemps. Hein.
Non, ouais. Ah la vache.
And so it's good. And again, having a conversation, a bit of a yarn with his runner, and giving him a mental boost, an energy boost. Like, that man is running well up that climb.
Tu veux dire bonjour à quelqu'un?
Ouais.
Allez.
Femmes et enfants, obligatoirement.
Exact. Allez.
On pense bien à vous quand on est là.
And so he's out there, and saying the shout out goes to wife and kids.
Allez, bonne course.
He's making easy work of that climb there.
Yeah. I was like, man, he is moving really well and having a chat.
Here we go. The party bus is getting ready to embark on their adventure.
Be launched. And it is kind of a hot start too.
Yeah. Well, they've taken it. I mean, you gotta love a downhill start for that reason.
Yeah. It helps you to stride it out a bit. I love the difference in attitude. One guy says like, "Oh, hey," and the other one just like head down. I'm going for it. Whatever floats your boat on those journeys, you got to stick to what works. Positive thoughts,
absolutely.
Stay in your bubble, whatever it is. So 9:30 a.m. local time, our first wave with all the elite athletes has started just over an hour ago, and so they will be eventually making their way to the 10-kilometer mark, where if you go on the live.utmb.world, there's actually a fixed camera that you can have a look at. So we'll be filming those top runners, but you can also look at all the runners come through on that fixed camera. So basically, you go to live.utmb.world, you select the Trail Verbier Marathon, and then you scroll down just a little bit and you go on the profile, and you'll see these little icons, little camera icon, and by clicking on it, you'll get the chance to see who's out there. So in terms of splits, Tony, do we have anyone who has gone through?
We do.
Yes, we do.
Actually. Yeah, so
Quite a lot.
if you are also following the race, you can go to Live Trail as well, the application there, and they have also splits for us. So we've got Mattia Bertocchini in first. He went through in 57 minutes through that Mie timing point. So remember, that was at 9.5 kilometers and around 932 meters of elevation gain into the race. In second, we have Dimitri Boussard, and in third, we have Fabien Faux. If I'm saying those names.
Fabien,
So we've
Fabien was under the radar and just creeped up.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's cool to see Anthony Costales there as well in fourth. He's still chipping away and in contention. So it's going to be exciting to see what happens in that men's race. But we
get a quick commercial break.
An advert. We will be back in a few minutes.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
making good pace. So quite happy.
And we are back with the Verbier Marathon at the Verbier Saint Bernard UTMB event. We are following some of the extraordinary runners here, seeing them take on this big climb into the first checkpoint.
See you soon, but
and they're having so much fun.
They are, and then it sounds by the what they're saying that they've all come from various parts of Switzerland or Europe. We had a German runner from Munich just earlier, and they said that they've come with friends and family, and they say, oh yeah, now the friends and family, they are out in the mountains or like in the cities, and it's like, yeah, we'll see them when we get to Verbier. But yeah, it sounds like it's been the opportunity to take like family trips or trips with friends. And one person is like, okay, I'm gonna go out and put a number on, but everybody else is just gonna have fun in this area.
English, half Deutsch.
I mean, it's a good place to go and have fun if you like the outdoors and if you like good food.
Yeah.
I think most people do.
It's like, oh, I have a race, honey, and do you like to come with me to the Swiss mountains? Let me think about it. Yeah, sure, I'm in.
I think it's an easy sell.
Yeah.
But just heading back to the first checkpoint where we have some timing updates. We've got the top 10. Actually, we've got more than that. We've got about the top 18 through that first checkpoint at Millet. And yeah, we've got Matteo Bertoncini in the lead, Dimitri Bussard in second, and Fabien Faux in third. With a pretty big chasing pack. I think the first, up until top 6, top 7 are all really close within that lead. So it's great to see how tight this race is. And I think heading into that technical traverse over the top and the high point of the race is going to be super, super interesting to see how things change. Because at the moment, like we were saying, we've seen some very runnable running at the moment. They're heading into some very different terrain. And I definitely think that's going to be a different kind of challenge, and I think we'll see different athletes' strengths shine in this section.
And it's good also to make us kind of seemingly relevant. Sometimes when we anticipated that there would indeed be changes because of the nature of the terrain, and when the race unfolds that way, it's like, oh, sweet, we actually got that one right.
Let's see.
But I think we have, Tony, coming up a quick recap, a video highlight of the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB that took place last year. And so that'll give you all an idea of what the best moments of last year's event were like. Let's look at it.
Got it, yeah.
And just like that, we are back on this fantastic aerial shots of the mountains in the valley for the Trail Verbier Saint Bernard by UTMB that we are stoked to be covering on this 12th of July. The summer is beating in full force. As you can see, not a single cloud in the skies. And a fierce battle going on at the start when we were looking at the top positions in the mains. But I think by now, we very well might be our first lady go through Mille. And yes, indeed, Candice Fertin has gone through 1:09:41. And so far, she is the only one who has gone through that aid station. So it was only a few, like 30 seconds back, but still, she is now confirming her lead over Laura, Amy, and who we believe
was Judith Meskes.
Was Judith in second or in third?
I think she was in third.
All right.
Yeah.
So maybe still Anne König from Germany. So many questions.
So many questions, and hopefully we will have our answers in not so long. But just a commentary on that video that we just saw from the Verbier Marathon from last year, 2024. That race had to change quite significantly because of bad weather. And I think they started in the nighttime, if I'm not mistaken, just to mitigate some of, to try and get a better weather window. They also had to shorten the course slightly, so it was 38 kilometers with about 2,500 meters of elevation gain compared to the 43 kilometers here with, I'm not gonna get this wrong, 3,200 meters of elevation gain.
Yeah.
So quite different, actually, quite a different race, and I think, they've got different challenges this year. Instead of really bad weather conditions and cold weather, they've actually got it quite hot. We've heard some of the runners who were part of that extraordinary runners group talking about how warm it was, and that higher up it was actually quite nice and cool, but I definitely think that heat will still be felt up there. So yeah, different challenges this year for sure. But thankfully we get the full 43 kilometers of beautiful Swiss trails, which we can see now on screen.
Yes, Tony, I think they're going to be blessed with a fantastic day, full course, just everything as planned. And as they go up, as you were saying, the air is getting thinner and thinner. So I'm impressed that they're still charging. Starting up the hill, tripping maybe a little bit. Got to be careful. We have another lady, and it is indeed German runner Anne König, who's gone through Mille Aid Station 2 minutes back from Candice Fertin. 2 minutes between first and second in the women's race on this Verbier Marathon.
And while we're looking at the women going through that Mille aid station, we have the first and second men on the screen, but it actually looks like we might have a few more, unless we're seeing some of the other races of the athletes, but I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I think Tony. I thought they was the same, but I think they were the still runners up ahead. So I thought the same. I was like, oh, okay, so who's who? And I tried to look, and then I see, oh, there's a runner up. Oh, and there's another runner up. And I think we might be seeing the top 10 or like the front of the pack, but I'm not quite sure we're actually seeing the race leader at that point.
Yeah.
There we go. Michel's niece, Judith Meskers from Lazy Boy Track Club, has gone through the Mille Aid Station as well, and she's another 2 minutes back from Anne König, and so 4 minutes back from Candice Fertin in the lead. Top 3 women within 4 minutes. Everything is still possible.
Absolutely, yeah. 4 minutes between first and third is really very insignificant in a race like this, where there's still so much climbing and descending to go. So it's going to be very exciting to see what happens there, whether that gap extends, if Candice can extend that gap or maintain that gap, or if she's gonna get caught. So yeah, definitely everyone must stay tuned on this live. I think there's no better way to spend a Saturday morning really, except on the live feed, dreaming about running on these trails. That's certainly what I'm doing, and I'm not sad about it at all.
Yeah, and build up the stoke. So then once we're done with this around 2:30 probably p.m. local time here in Switzerland, then yeah, you'll be stoked and ready to go for a run yourself. Or maybe a second run in the case of one of your commentators. I will let you guess who did that this morning. It's going to be an easy one.
Oh man, I mean, look at these views. How could you not be stoked about this? And you can see where they're heading up onto that ridge line up in the distance. You can kind of see some athletes who are already up on that section. They're heading towards the high point at 3,000, just over 3,000 meters. Yeah, that's very high. If you've never been to 3,000 meters, the air is quite thin. So definitely adding an extra layer of challenge for these athletes.
It will indeed. And then you had done your research, Tony. So you said that Judith Meskers was from the Lazy Boys Track Club. And so what did that tell you?
That she's actually from Geneva. She lives in Geneva. She's from the Netherlands, but she lives in Geneva, which means, yeah, she's no stranger to mountains, that's for sure.
Which, yeah, would mean that she is well ready to take on those big mountains indeed. She might even have the chance to come and recce part of the course. Who knows?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, looking at her list of race results, she definitely is no stranger to technical terrain, having taken on the Dolomiti Extreme Trail, some sky marathons in Italy, and if anyone's run an Italian sky marathon, you know that they're probably pretty hardcore. She's taken on the TAR, the Trail des Aiguilles Rouges, Mont Verbier on Sky Race, Waldstrubel. So she's no stranger to the distance and to technical terrain. And I think, yeah, she knows what she's in for today, which is going to make for an exciting battle up front.
Yeah, even though apparently she raced last weekend in Italy, so she was saying that she would actually take it easy in Verbier, but she certainly did not want to miss it. So there you go. She trains in the Alps and she trains in the Jura, and so she'll have definitely the mountain legs. Ladies and gentlemen, the women's leader in this Verbier marathon at this point, after about 10 Ks of racing, Candice Vertin, Anne Koenig, Judith Meskers, Elena Kronfidowska, and Helen Delmé, is your top 5, and all within about 5 minutes, really. So plenty of opportunities to reshuffle this ranking until the end. And if you're not familiar, the UTMB index is like the combination of your best UTMB scores during races, and so that is an indication. The higher the UTMB index is, the stronger of a runner you are. So we see that Anne Koenig is here actually stretching it a little bit, because technically like 3rd, 4th, and 5th have a higher UTMB index, but maybe she hasn't raced much, or she's just having a super good day. And Judith Meskers is also, she's going to have her friend crewing for her, Simon, at the aid station in Pindin. So she's excited to see him there. And just a final note, again, to give a shout out to our Aussie friends. Her coach is Blake Hose, a very good runner, trail runner, sky runner from Australia. Here we go, your top 5 after, again, the first 10 kilometers. Mathieu Bertoncini in the lead, Dimitri Bussard, Fabian Fuchs, Anthony Costales from the US, and Dominic Hohenlittner is in 5th so far. And there's just couple of minutes between these top 5. So they, as you were saying, they are all running very, very close to one another, and everything is still up for grabs.
Yep, absolutely. Still very exciting race ahead of us. So I hope no one goes anywhere because we are going to be here and we would love to see you in the chat, throwing in some gifts, throwing in some comments, giving some shout outs. And in the meantime, we're going to take a little ad break, but we will be back soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go, team. Once again, we're back. And man, those drone shots are getting better and better. We're seeing higher mountains, we're seeing glaciers now. And in the forefront is that ridge where all the participants get to run 1 hour 22 elapsed. And they're still climbing to the highest point on the course, above 3,000 meters of altitude. And as we're in Switzerland and we're part of the UTMB World Series sponsored by HOKA, we combined, and you get a 2-for-1 with an interview of Judith Wieder, Judith, who is a Swiss athlete living in the Jura and sponsored by HOKA. And she is not only a fantastic human, but also a very strong runner. And you will see also a mom, a partner to Gabrielle. So there's a bit of a video capsule about Judith and her everyday life.
I got you! The training is a little part in my life. Oh wow, it's so cool! Welcome to my life. Good morning all, welcome to Inside the Run. That's my place, and I need to bring these two to school, and then you can follow me along. I'm Judith Wieder, and I'm from Switzerland, running for HOKA and Red Bull. I've been an orienteer all my life, and then I swapped to trail running after giving birth to my first daughter. And we have Lynn, 7.5. That's Jonna, she's 5 years old. And my husband Gabriel. Happily, we are able to eat breakfast together normally, and they leave at 8 o'clock to kindergarten and school. You will probably see that training is a little part in my life. We've somehow managed it. Somehow. I don't know how, but we do. It's really important to organize yourself well, to have a good communication with my husband, but also with the kids. Ja, ga je sluifen? Lynn, bist du noch da? Good. Of course, it's probably not the easiest athlete life, but on the other hand, it gives me so much joy because it just has been so many other things going on and so many other things have been nice. Let's go for the first run. It's a 70 minutes run, easy speed, and my husband Gabriel is coming with me. If you look at training, of course, there are way better places, but I've been growing up here and it's really nice to have my parents close. And then we have a 300-meter knoll and I do kind of 95% on this knoll of all of my trainings, and it seems it works out quite well. I got you! Now I'm back from my first run and I will cook food for today. It's going to be sushi bowl and salad. Nutrition is really important for your training, for your daily recovery, but it's also not everything. Hello! In a daily life with kids, to be able to eat enough, for me it's the most important and difficult part. Hallo, hallo! Oh wow, så goed!
Nou, streng kan je zeven.
Hast du Müsse? I did work until 2017 as a physio. After that, it was hard to juggle like running, my first daughter, and also, of course, working. So I focused on trail running, but also on our own company, Endurance, who organizes trail running camps and coachings. Lunch is done and we are going for a run together with Jonna with her bike. Only easy, short 40 minutes. I've been a runner kind of all my life. We were like in the mountains all weekends, also hiking trips with the family.
Easy run, you said?
It's always a speed session with her.
The second run is done. 22k today. I think it's quite okay. Jonna and Lynn are having swim class, so we're going there. As you can see, it has been a busy day. It's my daily routines and it's how it is at my place. Thanks for joining me and I'm happy to see you at OCC at the UTMB finals.
And we are back. We are back with the Verbier Marathon here, watching some of these athletes get up onto this high section of the course, heading into some of the more technical terrain. And we have just seen and hopefully been inspired. I know I was inspired by the incredible Judith Vida, a HOKA athlete taking on the OCC this year at the UTMB finals. And it's always an exciting race when she's there. She was second there last year to the Chinese athlete Miao Yao. So I think Miao is also back again this year. So I imagine there's going to be a bit of a showdown,
Yep.
a bit of competition there to see who wins this year. Obviously, there's a bunch of other amazing athletes running too, so it's always going to be an exciting race. But definitely always want to watch you. She's an incredible athlete, mother. She and her husband run trail camps. Definitely someone to look up to in the trail world, and someone who I think is very inspiring to follow.
Yeah, she is indeed, and so sometimes I laugh when I hear people say, yeah, but it's so hard, like being a pro athlete. I'm like, seriously? Like, she's got like 6 jobs, like handling everything, and she does it perfectly with a smile on her face. It's like, what's your excuse? Come on.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think the hardest job of all is probably being a mother. And she's got 3 children to manage, plus her businesses, plus being a pro athlete, and all that comes with that. So she really is a superwoman and someone that is very inspiring in the space. But if you look at these pictures on the screen, man, oh man, you can see it's starting to get a bit more technical, quite steep. And a little bit different from what we were seeing in earlier images. What incredible drone shots that we're getting.
Yeah, it never gets old. It never gets old. And what a privilege. Look at the runners right on the top ridge line. I mean, when you actually get a chance to get out there to these summits in a safe way, because there's a course, it's been marked, it's been checked, and this is really the difference. Some people say, oh yeah, but why do you race if you don't want to be competitive? Well, exactly for this reason, to be able to get out in such like remote places in a safe way, and with the ability to do it also surrounded by other people, so you can share that experience as well, and again have 8 stations along the way as well. And here you go, perfect segue, 8 stations where you will have NAC product. And who is sponsored by NAC? Well, it was Ludo Pomeray during his 2024 UTMB. Let's look at it.
On est à Cham, il fait beau, on se prépare pour la petite course annuelle du Tour du Mont-Blanc, tour de la petite montagne. Le plan de nutrition, qu'est-ce qu'on va prendre à peu près, après on adapte en fonction de la course, des ressentis. Nutrition Calculator, une version encore plus personnalisée par l'équipe de NAC. Là on a le plan de tous les ravitaillements avec ce qu'on doit prendre sur chaque ravito.
Il prévoit tout, donc j'ai un petit sac par ravito et je lui tends le sac le moment venu en fait.
Première UTMB 2004, cette année c'est mes 20 ans de la première participation à UTMB. J'espère en tout cas faire mieux qu'en 2004.
Et en 2005, et en 2010, et en 2012. Normalement, il y aura nos 2 filles, nos 2 neveux, un bon groupe.
Donc on est lundi, la course est vendredi. Il y a pas mal de choses à faire avant la course.
C'est une course qui met la pression, aussi bien pour le coureur que pour l'assistance.
Ouais, la base c'est calculer les temps de passage, déjà pour avoir une estimation pour l'assistance, pour préparer un peu les apports qu'on va avoir besoin entre chaque point de ravitaillement. Avec un peu de marge quoi. On sait jamais. J'ai mis longtemps en fait à trouver ma diététique de course, et puis je suis resté longtemps en fait sur les gels et eau. J'avais jamais vraiment calculé ce qu'il me fallait. La proposition de NAC était aussi d'avoir un suivi nutritionnel. Ils sont quand même très orientés sur l'ultra.
Rester focus et un petit peu enfermé aussi.
Concentré, peu bavard comme d'habitude. On sait que de toute manière il nous entend et ça nous fait du bien aussi.
Pas trop mal, il est bien remonté là.
Quand t'as plein de personnes qui te répètent tous les 10 mètres, t'es une aspiration et tout ça, tu peux pas lâcher.
C'est là que je commence à avoir mal pour lui.
Mélange de drink mix, purée et gel.
On est tous fiers de toi. Allez, lâche rien.
Je vais retrouver un petit gain d'énergie.
Toujours magique quand on retrouve des moments d'émotion qui sont assez intenses.
C'est une belle histoire de famille.
There you go. You probably learned a thing or two, especially if you're going to be on crewing duty eventually during this season. How it's a well-oiled machine, and again, like if you are a runner and you have the privilege to have a crew out there, be kind to them, even if you're not having the day you're wanting, or if things don't go as planned, or maybe if they've forgotten something, they're still out there giving their time for you to have the best possible time, but you're the sole responsible of whether or not you're going to have a good time. So, yes, like it always breaks my heart. Like it doesn't happen very often, I got to say, but every once in a while you see a runner shouting at their crew, and I'm like, that's not how it should be. Like, be grateful.
Oh yeah, your crew can be your biggest support system, and if you're having a bad day, there's nothing better than seeing someone that you love out there. So just be nice.
Yeah.
And if you can't say anything nice, just don't say anything. It's easier to not say anything, that's for sure.
Yeah, or just offload, but like in a kind way. Like, get rid of the emotional load. Say, like, okay, I'm having a bad day, but don't put it on them. Don't put it on them. And if they forgot one gel, you're gonna pick up a neck gel at the aid station, and you'll be good to go. All right, team. We do actually have a quick commercial break coming up, but we'll be right back for more trail talk.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Okay, cool.
So we can do just that, Tony.
And yeah, while we're back and we are looking once again at these incredible drone images of these athletes winding their way up the side of this mountain to the high point of the race at 3,082 meters, which is pretty dang high. But while we're looking at these athletes, we must also remember that there are a couple other races happening at the same time. We have the Verbier Extraverse, let me just get these names right. We've got the X Alpine, which is the 140-kilometer race, which is taking place. The Extraverse, which is the 76-kilometer race. The Verbier Marathon, and the Verbier Explore. So we've got a couple races going on at the moment, and it would be cool to just give a shout out to the other athletes who are taking on those races and who are doing well in those races. So in the 140-kilometer race, if my screen will load, we have Bennett Mamisol. I'm so sorry if I'm messing up these names. I'm trying.
Benya Marmisol.
There we go. Anthony Costa in second, and Johan Bugnon in third. But please correct me if I'm really messing any of these up. And in the women's race, we have Salom Schmidt, Celine Finas, and Melinda Parfait in third. So we've got some incredible runners heading up in the X Alpine race, which once again is 140 kilometers with a pretty gnarly 9,300 meters of elevation gain, which I think is pretty insane. I think I'm going to stop there before we talk about anything else, because we've got someone very special online with us.
Wow, look at this. He made it. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you, mate. Let's see. Try again. No, still not. We're trying hard, but we do have a guest here. Let's see, as he's trying to figure out like how to put on the audio.
And while we do that, we can just appreciate the really incredible gifts that are going on in the live chat. If you are there, put one in there. Show us your favorite. Do your worst. We've got some really great ones. Superman with a flying cake. Go Pascal. I'm assuming there's some sort of personal joke in there because I'm not sure I get the reference. But Superman.
Or maybe it's just Pascal's birthday.
Maybe. A flaming cake is always a great idea on a birthday.
Or maybe Pascal is old enough to have that many candles on the cake. Maybe he's one of our legends of like 70 plus.
Absolutely, maybe. And then we've also got Will Smith screaming at us to run, which I don't know about you, but yeah, I think I would run if that happened. Go, dude. So, yeah, dude. And go
Dude,
Joe and Laura.
So, well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, if it's a Joe, maybe they're English speakers, so then it's Laura. But if indeed she's Italian, it's Laura. we keep you on your toes.
Yeah, I try. Man, look at these images. Are we not just so privileged to see this? Getting a drone shot out there is no easy feat. So shout out to all of the people who are out there making sure that we can get these images, and the production team in the background making sure that we can get these images. It's pretty incredible to see these extraordinary runners taking on this terrain and heading up. You can see that in the back there, they're starting to kind of climb up onto some rocks and some ridges. So yeah, what incredible terrain that they get to race on. Definitely adding this to my bucket list of races.
All right. Can we hear you? Let's have another crack. Take two. Oh, yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Hayden Hoax, that's it. You just needed headphones and you are good to go. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, no problem, guys. I'm just up here in La Folie. Enjoying a beautiful day. It's been an incredible week here, actually, in the Alps. And yeah, blue skies, amazing day for the runners out there.
It does look fantastic. And then Tony was saying, looking at those images, she was itching to go and run that course. How do you feel knowing that your wife is out there having a good time? Does that make you want to get out there as well?
Yeah, for sure. I'm itching to get back into a race at some point. Hopefully, fingers crossed, UTMB at the end of August. But yeah, my wife's out there running the 50K right now, or the 46K, and she's just really happy to be here, really happy to have the opportunity to run in this beautiful part of the world. We were talking last night, and she's just like, man, like, I just feel so lucky and so fortunate that I have the opportunity to run in a place like this. And she said, if anything, like, that just puts the pressure off me, because I'm just going to go out there and have fun and enjoy it, and yeah, just take in the views.
I think that's such a great attitude to have going into a race, really just being there to be curious and excited. I'm curious with you, you are her coach. How does that make, because she's spoken about how just being excited to race removes that pressure. Do you feel a bit of pressure having been her coach for her to have a good day out there? Or is that something that isn't super concerning? I guess that dynamic between coach and athlete and husband and wife is quite a tricky one to navigate. So how do you feel about that?
Yeah, it's a little different relationship than I have with a lot of my other athletes that I coach. I actually have two more athletes running the 76K today as well. And to be honest with you, I'm probably more nervous about them and how they perform than my wife. My wife, she Yeah, she has kind of a different attitude about it too. Is like, yes, she wants to compete and she's very, very talented, but she also is a mother and she's just like, my top priority is my kids and I want to perform well, but I don't really she doesn't put a lot of pressure on herself to perform well, which is always a good thing. As a coach, it's kind of nice when when she has that attitude about things. And yeah, I don't know. I think for her, it's more about the experience and just having a great time. And to be honest with you, though, it's kind of interesting because I think when she was younger, she used to put so much pressure on herself to perform at such a high level. And, she was a bit inconsistent with her performances sometimes. But as soon as she started getting this different mentality about things and just enjoying the running and really going into it for the experience, she actually started performing better and more consistent. It's funny how that works, but that seems to be the case with most people is as they kind of tend to put that pressure off themselves and they tend to focus on why we do this in the first place, what the roots of it are, and that, we're out here to enjoy it. We're out here to take in the views. We're out here to conquer the mountain. That it puts a lot of pressure off them to be able to then perform better. To be honest with you, as I've taken that approach to races, I've performed better as well.
Yeah.
And so, obviously taking in the views and that, but you guys are no stranger to altitude. You leave at altitude, so I don't think that's going to be too much of a challenge for her. But then the technicality of the terrain is pretty up there. And so is this something she's looking forward to? Has she's been training on technical, or is she just going to find herself in the middle of that and be like, okay, how's that going to go?
Yeah, I mean, where we live in southern Utah, there are some pretty technical trails. Everybody looks at the U.S. and they think about the California carpet, because that's all they see at Western states and whatnot. But there's actually some pretty technical parts of the U.S., especially where we live. It's a bit more rugged. The trails aren't as kept up. And so she's actually been doing a lot of repeats up on the mountain near our house at altitude. We live close to 2,000 meters. And, she's climbing up to close to 3,000 meters almost every day. And she runs one specific route. It's called the Power Line Trail. And it's pretty technical. So she'll do repeats up and down that. And it's a lot of just chunky rocks and pretty loose terrain. And yeah, she was using that to get ready for this race. But also, we've spent, 7 out of the last 9 years training and living here in the Alps, during the summer. And so, yeah, she's pretty familiar with the Alp type terrain. Every year, we come back here and it takes a couple of weeks to kind of get used to it again. But it's really soon you realize that, hey, you know exactly what to do.
Oh, yeah.
Dad duty calls.
Sorry about that.
Nah, that's all good. We had told the audience that if we had the chance to have you with us, you'd be juggling with the kids. So that's all good. That's all good. And yeah, you see those images here getting to the highest point above 3,000 meters.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, yeah, those images are absolutely incredible. And I think nothing can quite replicate racing on this kind of terrain, no matter what terrain you have to train on. And it always makes it super exciting. So I'm really excited for her to get to experience this and to be a part of this race. Yeah, maybe we can chat about you for a couple minutes. What are the goals for the season? Because I know you've been having some struggles with injury. You mentioned UTMB. What does the season look like for you so far, and what is looking ahead mean to you?
Yeah, I'm actually recovering really well now. We just got out here 7-10 days ago. And yeah, I unfortunately had a little knee issue that was going on. I ran Tarawera 50K to start the season. And then I got home in April and started kind of developing a knee problem. And we ended up, getting some MRI and different things like that on the knee, and found out that I had a little bit of a meniscus injury going on, and that it was causing a lot of my other muscles that, support the knee to kind of guard, and they were locking up on me and I couldn't quite figure it out. And so I met with some really good doctors. They decided that a little bit of a clean of the meniscus would be necessary. And that would hopefully take care of all the guarding and the other issues. And so I opted to get the clean. It was a very, very minor surgery. They went in, they cleaned the meniscus, and yeah, it ended up taking care of the problems. It's taken about 2 or 3 weeks. I'm about 8 weeks post-surgery now. I started running about 4 or 5 weeks after the surgery, and it took a couple weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, for it to kind of clear up and the muscles to kind of learn how to do their job again. But yeah, I'm feeling great now. There's no pain in the knee anymore. I wouldn't say I'm the fittest. I definitely got to build back some fitness, but I did a lot on the bike. I did a lot of strength training. I did a lot of sauna work, different things like that. And so I was able to maintain actually quite a bit, even with, that time off. And now, yeah, I'm just out here in the Alps seeing what happens, seeing if I can build fitness back, seeing how the body responds to things. Definitely taking it gradual, being careful with it, and just trying to be smart with it. But we'll see. I mean, I have 7 weeks, I guess, from now. I, have a week underneath me already here training up in La Foule, and everything's feeling great. The body's actually responding really well to the mountains. Fitness feels like it's actually coming back pretty quickly, which is a good thing because, I was a little worried about that. But to be honest with you, before the surgery and before the injury, I was probably the fittest I've ever been in my career. I was very, very fit coming off of training down in New Zealand. And so that just doesn't go away. I have a lot of experience. I have a lot of base. I think it'll come back pretty quickly, but we'll see. We head to Argentière after this for the next 7 weeks. I'll start training out there, do some work on the course, see how the body responds, and then I'll probably make a decision 2 or 3 weeks out from race day. If I feel like it's smart, if me and my coach feel like it's a smart decision, then we will. If we feel like it's not, and there's risk of injury or there's risk that the body's just not going to be ready, then yeah, I just won't. I'll not do the race and then focus on some races in the fall. But yeah, I'm excited to see how everything responds and see how the body comes around, and we'll just make a decision. Cross my fingers that everything will be ready to go and I'll be able to compete and do well at UTMB.
Well, we're certainly hoping that everything goes well, but then I do have a question now, because you're building the fitness back, you're now in the mountains to train in a very kind of similar terrain that UTMB will go on. How's your pole game? Because, my friend, if you can get away with no poles over CCC, I don't think you can over UTMB.
Well, guys like Killian have in the past, but that being said, I will be using poles. I definitely will be using poles, and that's something I've been working on too. So during this injury recovery and rehab, I've been able to do a lot of hiking. I haven't been able to do a lot of running, but I've been able to do a lot of hiking, a lot of biking, and a lot of that hiking is very relevant to UTMB. So I've been busting out the poles, hiking around the mountains, going on some longer hikes with friends, and yeah, feel pretty good with the poles, feel pretty comfortable. I've used them in the past, so it's not like I'm unfamiliar with them, but now it's just kind of developing the muscles around it. And I feel like doing a lot of strength training during this rehab process has built my upper body to be able to handle the poles a bit easier too. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens, but I'll definitely use the poles at UTMB.
Cool. And it's good
upper
to
body
see
strength, NB.
Yeah, every time you were adding something to like what you did during the recovery, I could see Tony nod and like, yep, yeah, been there, been and done that, and so it's good because I mean, the year that Tony did that, it ended up being a very good outcome during the UTMB finals. So you know, it can work really well for you too, and we hope so as well. Mate, thanks for tuning in, and hope the kids are all right. We'll tune back to check on Ashley, but we do have a quick break coming up. So thanks for being with us.
Yeah.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Oh, she was one of the ones that impressive, just like those landscapes and those valleys completely shaped by glaciers. You can see the line there, very typical from those alpine glaciers who are unfortunately disappearing a bit. But if you actually look closely, you have the Passerelle de Corbassière, which is that long suspended bridge that the runners will actually get to run across. And that is not something you see in every trail race. I mean, look at the scenery here. Like, you're just missing the prayer flags and it feels like you're in Nepal.
Absolutely. I mean, that suspension bridge, that's kind of a iconic part of this course and an iconic part of all of the races here at the Verbier Marathon, so Verbier Saint Bernard. So yeah, definitely come and race here if you want to check out a route like that. But we have a little break now, little 11-minute video for you guys of someone who I think both Martin and I find incredibly inspiring, and I think you will as well. Her name is Amy Winters, and she is part of the Team Adaptive. And she is actually taking on the 100K race here today, which is the 76-kilometer race. Yeah, I'm super excited to see this. I haven't seen this video yet, and she's someone who is incredibly inspiring. So stick around, enjoy, and we will see you on the other side of it.
Now, that was a spot-on introduction. I think my work is done here.
UTMB has been over a 3-year journey to get to that starting line. And I got to the starting line, and I pushed as hard as I could.
Amy, you are big!
It wasn't necessarily my training, it wasn't my nutrition, it wasn't any of that. It was just fundamental aspects of wearing a prosthetic leg. It was as simple as that. In 1994, I was riding my motorcycle and a car at a stop sign pulled out in front of me and the car collided on my left side, crushing my left foot. I'm Amy Winters and I am here in Chamonix. It's 2024 and this will be my second attempt at getting to that finish line. Oh, there's my team.
Just make your life like Chile. Wonderful.
I think Amy's really focused on taking UTMB one day at a time.
You running tomorrow?
Yes, and you just finished?
No, tomorrow.
Tomorrow, UTMB?
Yes.
Wow.
Her race resume is impeccable. She has world records in Ironman distance, half Ironman, sprint, Olympic, Ultraman distance. Amy is the only non-able-bodied person to make the able-bodied USA Ultra Running Team. Western States Endurance Run, Badwater twice. She's done Cocodona, and she did the whole thing carrying the American flag. I think there are three things that drive Amy. If she can help another person, that's a primary driving factor in what she does. Another motivator for Amy is she has a high expectation for who she is and what she can do, and she never quite thinks she's enough. And the third thing is family. The love and the togetherness of family is what really drives Amy.
When I think of what makes me want to do the hardest races out there, it allows me to redefine who I thought I was. It takes you, it strips you raw, it is so freaking gritty, and it reassembles you into a different person, a better person.
She is badass.
I mean, I want to be like her one day, you know? Props to her, because 100-mile runs, couldn't even think of me doing that, you know? She is a motivation.
It's hard out there. Oh shoot, mine doesn't say 5K.
Well, you want to push that, see? I'm telling you, she's badass.
Early on in Amy's career, she reached out to us as in wanting to make a prosthetic for running. And the first thing she said to me, she goes, I not only want to be able to run, but I want to be able to run 100 miles. I said, well, okay. Never done that, but I'm on board.
When I stepped foot in a Step Ahead Prosthetics, I had never seen another amputee. I had never seen anyone wearing a prosthetic. I stepped into this whole world where I met children and adults who've lived their whole lives who have lost their legs. And I looked at the children and they're absolutely phenomenal and beautiful, but I don't know where I would have been had I not had sports in my life, had I not went to my prom and been able to wear whatever shoes I want. And when I met all of these children, I wanted to give them that piece of life that I had.
Yeah, they're floating lanterns and they happen every week on her birthday, but she's not letting them.
The UTMB races are unlike any other race out there. The climbing, the descending, the terrain, the time cuts, they're hard. They're completely different than Western States, Badwater.
Now that stands for Ultra Trail du Mont Blanc, and it starts in Chamonix, France, does a full loop of the Mont Blanc Massif. It crosses into Italy, into Switzerland, and finally back into France. It's 176 kilometers with 9,900 meters of climbing and descending.
I walked away from that race knowing that I could do better. And one of my good friends said to me in a text, you do know that the winner of UTMB, this was his 5th attempt. And it just goes to show you that you have to keep trying. You have to keep pushing.
After
after UTMB, we did sit down and kind of got debriefed of what happened, what we could do differently, and then going through the race before and after in a virtual world. Lets us kind of figure out how we're going to overcome every obstacle, because the prosthesis, you know, if we're running down the road opposed to going up and then coming down, there's all different types of environments. The prosthesis is constantly in evolution. It's a lot to take in and figure out how we're going to go forward.
I went in and met with the most amazing man.
I am Chris.
Nice to meet you. I'm Amy. Thank you for all your help. He's a wizard. He's a wizard of shoes. It's got the Dremel tool and the shop vac, belt sander, all the little secret shoes up above. So what it is when my heel hits, because I've rolled and twisted my ankle so much, so when I hit the ground, I hit here, but when it throws me to the center, because I have so many plates and broken screws in the middle of my foot, it creates a lot of pain.
Better?
Oh yeah, it's a huge difference. And what he did never, ever crossed my mind.
With you, I wait for you at the finish line.
Yeah.
Okay?
Thank you. And that was just the beginning. I can't imagine where we'll be able to go with it. And all I ever wanted was help, and to have him stand there and make those small changes and make such a world of difference, it broke my heart, but it gave me hope. We got my shoes dialed in, we got my leg dialed in, we got my brain dialed in.
So first, you're going to wear your walking leg down to the start.
I know I can do great things, but I just need help. I can't do it on my own. Entering the start line is everything that it is made out to be. To hear the roar of the crowds, the energy, the crowds, the athletes, their anticipation was just awe-inspiring. Essentially a moment that I've been waiting for a lifetime. Be out there and be different, but not to be looked at as if I was different.
We didn't find her yet, though.
She's inside. Is she inside?
Yeah.
How you feeling? What happened to the leg?
I passed out. I'm freezing.
What happened?
I don't know. There was nothing that I could have done. I could not have done anything different. I'm tough, I'm strong, I'm a fighter. I can gut through things. To be honest with you, it's a combination of extreme disappointment and sheer embarrassment, because I know what I can do. I know what I can do, and I just couldn't do it. The story can't always be about winning or crossing the finish line, and as hard as it is for me to be that example, it's a good example. 100%, I want to be back. I want to cross that finish line. It's not just about me and my dream. This is the race of a lifetime, but it is one race. And I have to work very hard not to let it define me and to take away from all that I've done or that we've done as a community, my family, my friends, my colleagues, the crew, all of you.
Oh, you know, living the dream.
The supporters, the crowd.
Muy bien.
Go, Amy. Champion.
Crushing it, Amy. Keep going.
It's amazing in how everybody comes together. They lift you up, they support you, and they also understand that sometimes a win is just getting out there and getting to the starting line.
There we go.
We are back. We are back. And we are back with some updates after that incredibly inspiring video about Amy Winters. Yeah, what an incredible woman, and I'm excited to see her come back and finish that race. But for now, we've got some updates in the race that we are currently following. Our top 3 men, actually we've got more than top 3, we've got a couple men, but let's talk about the top 3 for now. We've got the top 3 men through the high point and actually already on their way down. Matteo Battocini is still in first position going through Podium. I might have messed that up. Correct me if I'm wrong, but went through Podium at 10:20, an hour and 50 into the race, with Anders Haga in second position, which is a bit of a shake-up from the last time we spoke about it. He was just in that top 5, and he has now made up quite a substantial amount of time, 1:54.27, so just 4 minutes back from Mattia. And in third position, running with Anders, is Dominic Hohenleitner. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry.
Hohenleitner.
Hohenleitner. My South African accent doesn't help with all of these European names, but I'm trying. But there you can see on the screen, we've got our top 5 men. Anthony Castalis up in that top 5 now, which is great to see. Definitely he seems to be taking on the technical trails better than we expected. And Dimitri Bussach, who was running up front in that first climb, is still there in the top 4, also still within contention, the top 5, all within 7 minutes of each other. So very exciting to see. And now we've got the women. Also, very, very exciting race. They are all through the high point, which is 3,082 meters. So they will have gone through that technical section of trail across that traverse and ridgeline. And as well, they are all in very close contention. Candice Fertin still in the lead in 1:43.56 through that section. Judith Mieskes in second position, Anne Koenig in third, Helene Delme in fourth, and Helen Michaud in fifth.
Perfect.
So, Michaud. Thank you. And as you can see, again, second and third seem to be running together. Fourth and fifth seem to be running together. So Candice is definitely racing alone, and that can be hard. It's hard when you are alone and you've got people chasing you, and especially when those people can be working together, kind of pushing each other a little bit harder. So it's going to be interesting to see how she holds off there. But she's extended that lead a little bit. She's about 5 minutes ahead of second and third. So yeah, she seems to be in good stead. Seems to have paced herself well in that first section of the race and through that technical ridgeline. So yeah, it's going to be an exciting second half of the race. They are now 2 hours and 13 minutes in the race, and we will be waiting for them through that next checkpoint in a couple kilometers.
Yeah. Thanks for that recap, Tony. And man, I can't get enough of that pass. Like it's incredible. You come from one side, you pop over the other side. What a trail. Like, what a route here at the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. And so, like, we now, as you were saying and pointing out, there's been a bit of a shakeout in the front, especially in the mains, and that was after going through the high point and dropping down into Pindin, and then I think it really tells us that some of the runners we expected to do well on technical certainly delivered and because that's not a long descent. It's like 4.1 Ks. So over 4.1 K, they managed to reshuffle the cars pretty hard. So looking at the rest of the course, now they have a bit of an up, down, and then it's going to be a 12-kilometer down. And so there could make good use of that descent, and we could see even more changes. We got a quick break coming up.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
And we're back. We're back. And we're back with some serious power hiking, the classic trail running pose. It also gives us an indication that this is incredibly steep and these athletes are working hard. And this is the head of the race, apparently. So this must be... I don't think that's our lead men, but they're definitely... apparently our head of the race. I'm not sure if you can...
Yeah, so I mean, that's Marty, I believe, with the white t-shirt and white cap. But then...
So then...
This is a blue t-shirt, so that would be Dimitri?
So we've got... if that is Vanna is sitting in 10th, at least in Pindon, which means we've got Theo Chevalier ahead of him. But yeah, anything can have happened between Pindon and where they are now. So that's just a guess based off of the live trail results.
Yeah. I mean, I think that this might not have been the race leaders there. We just saw, as you were saying, because usually it's quite accurate, the live UTMB.world ranking. And if Verbier was in 10th, I doubt over such a short period he'd be able to flip things over all the way through to first.
Yeah, no, I'm not entirely sure that is a... It's possible, but maybe in not such a short space of time. But man, look at that descent. And I'm assuming that's a descent, but goodness. Yeah. That's just pristine alpine trails. That's what you come to Switzerland for, that's for sure. And we mentioned it a little bit earlier, but I think it's important to just comment on again. You mentioned how looking at that glacier, how it's been receding, I think it's important to bring up the initiative that UTMB are are working on at the moment, the Beating Hearts for Blatten. 25th of May was a pretty dark day for the Valais with the incredibly sad destruction of the Blatten village that was wiped out by the Birch Glacier that collapsed. And thankfully, very few people were injured. I think only one man got injured in that, but the whole village had to be evacuated. And I think, incredibly sad. And they lost everything, their homes, their personal belongings, their family heirlooms, everything was gone. And it's really great to see that UTMB has stepped up and has donated 10,000 euros to this cause to help the people of Blatten in need. I just wanted to remark on that and make sure that people are aware of what's happening, and if they feel they want to donate and be there for the community, they absolutely can be. I imagine that there is some sort of donation link around that they can get involved in, but definitely thoughts are with the residents of Blatten and everyone else who was impacted by this really tragic event. I think it's definitely something that will stay with the area for a very long time.
Yeah, Tony, you're absolutely right. So it was good to see the generous donation from the UTMB Cares Association, and you're right. Like, if anybody is feeling feeling like donating and helping support this community in this valley that has been basically experiencing a tragedy, they can. And actually, I'm going to put that in the chat so you understand. It's called the donation organization, the nonprofit is called Chaîne du Bonheur, and so I'll put it in the chat, and then I'll try to get the link to it so you can have a direct access to that to help support the people who live in that village.
Yeah, and I think not to be an energy downer or a bit of a wet blanket, but I definitely think these are important things to talk about, especially considering these are the places that we train and we race, and incredible places that we want to preserve. Not only our sport, but just the environment as a whole. I think it's really important that we preserve these places as best as possible, and small actions can make a big difference. Definitely consider being as environmentally conscious as possible, so that we can preserve these incredible playgrounds that we get to be a part of and get to be in, and also just to prevent anything like this happening again, or as much as possible anyway. And just maybe let's change the mood a little bit. I think it's important to talk about, but also we are incredibly blessed to be seeing images like this and getting to be exposed to places like this. And man, what an incredible shot this is of that athlete running through some pretty unique terrain, actually.
Yeah, again, it's the full, Switzerland in full display. And we are on one end of the passerelle, possibly waiting for the first runners to come in. And so team expect to see a man in black if Mattia Bertoncini is still in the lead of the 43K. So we all eagerly waiting, and as you can see on your screen, that location is the 20K mark, so not even halfway for these runners. And yes, look at this shot.
Dang. Absolutely incredible. And indeed, it looks like someone in all black. So I guess we will be expecting Mattia Bertoncini in first.
Coming in strong across the passerelle. and he's going to be picked up. Oh yeah, look at him go over these rocks. Beauty.
Oh, shout out to our producers here for producing these shots. I mean, absolutely incredible.
It's a really cool split screen, and we're gonna probably flip it over and get our camera runner on the bigger part of that split screen. And here it is, confirmed. Mattia Bertoncini, Team New Balance, still in the lead so far. And not that we had clear sight of what was going on behind him, but it looks like there's no one to be seen. And he doesn't even look like he's overreaching. Just another day in the office for the Italian runner.
Interesting to note, he does actually have poles. Not that I've seen him use them, but he does have poles in the back of his pants there. He's not using a quiver. They're stuck in his shorts.
Right.
And for a race that's short like this, I think that's actually a great place to put them.
Yeah, it makes total sense. We saw at Val d'Aran on the 50K another Italian runner, actually. So maybe they share the word. Nadir Maguet, who took the win at the Val d'Aran 50K by UTMB, and he was wearing and using poles on the big climbs. And here Mattia is getting to the out and back to the Cabane Panossière. And so on the 3D map, we could see that they're doing an out and back, but not quite on the exact same route. So it looks like there's two trails, one going up, one going down, which therefore could lead to believe that they're not going to cross each other or see each other, unless they're close enough that you can see the person in the distance running down as you're running up.
I mean, he's carrying those poles, but he's not using them.
Exactly. I was just going silent, waiting for him. All right, is he going to take him out?
Because this is not this is steep. I mean, he's making it look super easy, but this is a pretty steep trail, and I would actually love to know what that grade is. But yeah, no poles needed apparently.
Yeah, his head down, charging up the hill.
Yeah, so he's heading up to his... Yeah, in his shorts there. I mean, maybe I'm seeing something, but I'm pretty sure those are poles.
Hey, I mean,
Maybe
there's
not.
definitely something there. But maybe it's like
just a jacket?
bars, gels, or some...
Oh yeah, maybe he's not.
We're both leaning over the screen, just like, can you see something?
Just a little bit closer. Okay, I take it back. Maybe there were no poles there. Not sure. I think there we go. Finally, he's human. He's taking on the power hike.
Good man.
But yeah. So it looks like they'll probably tag that third aid station at Panossière and then head down on the side of the screen where you can see the trail coming down on the left there. So I definitely think if there's anyone within a couple minutes of him, he will definitely see them and they will definitely see him, which is always a bit of an interesting one. Tactically, as the lead of the race, you don't really want to be seen. And as the chaser, you absolutely want to see. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that pass happens.
Yeah, if that pass happens, or as you were saying, they're getting to the aid station, so then that is always the opportunity to catch up with your crew and have an update of truly what's going on, because as much as you can hear stuff on the side of the trail, you're almost there, last climb, you're only a minute behind, all this stuff, always take it with a massive like handful of salt because
Yeah.
that's just that is like accuracy is the furthest from the truth usually
Yeah.
with those. So at least when you can catch up with your crew, these are the trustworthy people who have the true information most of the time, and therefore you can believe we'll communicate the right information. But
Yeah,
this
absolutely.
is a steep, hard climb, and Mattia is just been over in transitioning still back into running.
Yeah. Wow.
That
super
man can
impressive.
climb.
You can see him checking over his shoulder. He's trying to see if he can spot anyone as well. But
Yep.
I can't see anyone in the background, and I don't think he's going to be seeing anyone anytime soon. You can see up where he's heading to Cabane Penosier. And from that point, we mentioned it earlier, but from that point, he's got about a 12-kilometer downhill, maybe even a little bit longer, but a 12-kilometer downhill to the next checkpoint. And yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of a cruxy moment in the race. 12 kilometers of descent is always really hard, and I think it's a point in the race where people can make up time or lose a lot of time. So, you know, as much as he's got this lead now, he still can't put his foot off the gas.
And there we go, second man, and you can see how far back he is from Mattia, because you see the distance at the bottom of your screen, 300 meters, but it doesn't really mean much when you know how much climbing you have in these 300 meters. And from a time perspective, we more around the 5-minute mark, would you say?
Yeah, I would probably say around 5 minutes. For 300 meters at a grade like that, yeah. Especially considering the difference in the way they're moving. You can see him hiking that section where Mattia was actually running there already, and only really transitioned into that hiking position a little bit later, where it got a little bit steeper. You can see kind of on those yellow sections in that image on the screen. So yeah, I think they're both moving incredibly well, but Mattia seems to be climbing a little bit better. Yeah, I think that definitely means he's probably about 5 or 6 minutes ahead of Anders at the moment.
Yeah, but as we were discussing earlier, like the first part of the course was a long gradual climb on a dirt road. So basically it took really like fast running legs to be up at the front. And as much as Mattia was already there, showing that he can run also on that kind of terrain, Anders stayed hidden a little bit to wait for the technical part and play his cards, which he did. And now sitting in second place, as you were saying, like he's not climbing as fast as Mattia, still climbing well. But I'm really excited about the descent and how well he can do there, because I believe this is where he moved from outside of the top 5 into second place. And while Mattia is super excited to come to this race because he saw it last year, and he was blown away by the course. He's like, I got to do this race, and he was excited to try and fight for the podium. Mattia is from the Alps, from Italy, and he also lives in Chamonix for part of the year. At the New Balance house, but in the meantime, Anders is in different mountains in Romsdalen in Norway, and so he has this ability to run on technical. Like anybody who lives there is an absolute goat on technical, and so I'm super excited to see how he can pull off the descent, and if somehow he could possibly close the gap a little bit. We do have another runner here in between.
Wow.
Because Mattia was in black, and Anders was with the blue t-shirt and the yellow cap.
Yeah. Is this a Salomon runner? Maybe this is Dominic? This might have been who we saw climbing up when we couldn't figure out if it was Vanna, because he was also wearing a yellow cap. So I think that we were seeing second and third there. So I would imagine that Anders is in second, and that person who we saw on the screen was Dominic in third, which means they're pretty close together.
They are, yeah.
Which would make sense because they went through Pinden together, basically. So, yeah, I think Anders seems to be moving a little bit better. He's expected at Penossière a little bit sooner. But yeah, they are not far apart. You can see, there we go. You can see them both on the section here. There's Anders a little bit ahead, and then Dominic is just down from there.
Oh, and he's chasing.
Yeah.
That's going to make for an even more exciting downhill.
Absolutely. One thing we must say though is that Anders is currently getting crewed by his fiancée Mia, and they are getting married in 3 weeks. So yeah, very, very much congratulations for them. That is very exciting, and wish them all the best. But yeah, lots of pressure on this aid station to go well.
That's just what I was going to say. I was waiting for you to finish. It's like, well, that's the final test.
If you pass this, you will survive marriage. Also interesting to note that he has his own coach. He coaches himself, which is it's not unusual in the endurance running space, but I think it's always an interesting thing to note. But he has also said that he learned a lot from his father and his older siblings about endurance training. So it seems to run in the family. He has a family of endurance athletes, which is very cool to see. I would be interested to know if they are also runners and ultra runners. But yeah, awesome to see him out there with his wife, or his soon-to-be wife, coming up to this aid station. I know that he's going to be looking forward to seeing her for sure.
Yeah, and there's that saying that really comes true, is like in a couple, play together, stay together. And so if you can share the same passion for the outdoors, it doesn't have to be necessarily racing, but if you enjoy that kind of thing, or if you can understand each other's passion, that is such a strong link and strong bond in couples, and we see that a lot. So it's probably good years ahead.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Very cool to see on the side of the screen, first man and 1,400 meters per hour. That is moving. And at this altitude, that is properly moving. So he is really making quick work of this at quite a steep gradient. Matteo Battocini, he is really showing his class here, making easy work of this really steep climb up to this third checkpoint.
Even the camera runner is breathing hard.
Yeah. I don't envy these camera runners who have to stick with these front men because they are moving. And just a shout out to the camera runners. These are all very accomplished runners in their own right. We saw earlier one of the runners whose name I can't remember, but he was actually racing today at the Verbier marathon. So very cool to see him out there getting to be on the other side of the camera this time. But yeah, incredible shout out to our camera runners who really are very, very accomplished runners in their own right.
Yes, you're absolutely right. They're not only super good runners, but then they now have hours and hours, and it's in the hundreds of hours of experience filming runners on the trail, and so they are able to offer us those images where they try to be aware of having the runners fully in the frame, showing the background as well. Sometimes they go around in the front to give us another perspective, but also, as you said, Tony, they are runners, and so they make sure that at all time they do not bother or get in the way of the competitors, because they have that understanding of where to be, where not to be, and this is how we get such images. Because I think, sometimes we'd be like, oh yeah, he's just running with the camera. No, they're not just running with the camera. There's so many parameters that come into play. To aim right, to be at the right distance, to give the runners room to be aware of what's going on, to find the right pace, but also to look after yourselves, because each runner, on average, during those events, they run about 35 to 40K per day.
Yep.
So
That's,
so they do need
that's no
to look
joke.
after them. Yeah, that's no joke. And so they do need to look after themselves as well to make sure that they don't bonk or like get massively dehydrated. So yeah, definitely you are right, Tony, to give them a big shout out for their work while we're
Yeah, and
comfortably
just-
sitting there in the studio.
Yeah. Very comfortably getting coffee delivered to me. It's quite lovely. Just a heads up in case anyone is wondering, we are going to be catching the female leads of the race at the same point. So we will be getting these amazing images with the lead women when they come through. So for now, we will be content with watching the men battle it out up front. And we will be treated to the same images a little bit later. So yeah, very excited about that, to see who's up front and what's happened in the women's race. But for now, we will be following Dominic as he makes quick work of this. He's really moving very well. And as can be heard, the camera runner is not working, well, no, he is working very hard to keep up.
And so we have, while we're waiting for images, we do still have on the leaderboard, on the ranking, 3 women who have come through pinned-in aid station or like checkpoint. 2:14:04 elapsed for Candice Vertin, still in the lead, representing Team New Balance coming from France. And then Judith Meskers is still in second, some just over 5 minutes back. And then Hélène Delmé has actually moved up from Belgium, representing Team BioTrail, and in 2:24:41, so another 5 minutes back. So the splits are starting to grow a little bigger. Hélène Michaud is now in 5th, and I don't know if there's been, the next 4 women are expected imminently into the pin aid station. So there's going to be a lot of women coming possibly together or close to one another at least.
Interesting to note about Hélène is that she was a field hockey player. And I've always said, as a field hockey player myself, that it is a great sport to play if you want to get into trail running, because it develops a lot of power and a lot of good technical skills. So interesting to see how she handles that. But we will be back in a little bit after a break. See you soon.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that? Here we go, team. We are live again, waiting, as Tony was explaining, to our top female to eventually come across this large passerelle. It's going to be still a wee while until we see Candice Fertin, who is in the lead in the women's, come across the passerelle, but we will be there. We'll be there to catch her.
Oh, yeah. These athletes have been going now for 2 hours and 44 minutes and still probably have another 2 hours to go. But once they get to this point, they've got this long climb that we've been seeing the men taking on. It's, well, not super long, but pretty steep up until that aid station, that third aid station, where they will see their crew. And then they've got a really long descent, 12 kilometers of descending to get down to the valley floor before they climb back up to Verbier and the finish line. So still a long way to race. But by this point, a lot of the climbing has been done. Mentally, that's always quite nice, knowing that halfway through the race you've finished a lot of the climbing. But yeah, it's certainly not over, and still lots can happen. I think a long descent, like 12-kilometer long descent with, I think it's around 900 meters of descending or something. I can double check that just to make sure that I'm not making up times and descents.
And in the meantime, like if I did the math right, the last climb back up to Verbier is still 600 meters.
It's not nothing as well, yeah.
No. So as you were stating, it's quite unusual to finish with such a big climb. Usually, you go up in the mountains and you come back down to the venue, to the village. So more often than not, it's a downhill finish. But this time with the 600-meter climb, that's what we wanted to see. The downhill. So is this our cam runner or is this two runners? So that's Mattia coming down now. And so the second runner on your screen from this aerial shot would be our cam runner. I don't know if we can switch to the POV to give you a bit more impression of speed. But Mattia is certainly on a mission. And here's Dominic.
So Dominic must have also passed that checkpoint then. Let's see if we've got an updated time from that section. Yep, so we've got Mattia Bertoncini, who went through Panossière at 11:09, so 2 hours and 38 minutes into the race. Anders went through he hasn't been through yet. So we've actually only got Mattia through at Panossière so far. No, it's just updated. Never mind. I take it back. So Anders has gone through in 2 hours and 43 minutes. So about 5 minutes back from Mattia. And Dominic was in 2:44. So 20 seconds back from Anders. So second and third are very close together. This is going to be a really tight battle on this descent here between second and third. And if Mattia can keep this 5-minute gap, I think he's setting himself up for a win here.
Yeah, like if he's kind of aware, he would have seen as he turned around possibly other runners in a distance to kind of have a gauge of how far ahead he is. But that 5 minutes, obviously if you're not moving in a downhill, you can lose it all. But I don't think, if I were him, I would not risk it for the biscuit, because if you hit the ground on that descent, that's going to be ugly. But then keep a little bit in the tank for that last climb. So if anybody comes in to try and take that first place away from you, you have the ability to shift a gear and just leave them behind. And this is a pretty cool slow motion of our American runner where did he go? Oh yeah, still fifth apparently, Anthony Costellis.
Still fifth, yep. Still in fifth, and him and Dimitri Boussard are still fourth and fifth and heading towards Panossière. We should expect them soonish.
Yeah, and that was a quick hello to Arthur Joyeux-Bouillon, who was racing in Val d'Aran last year, so he must still be in the queue of the slow motions.
But I think, yeah.
And then as we're waiting for a top woman to come through and get picked up at the Passerelle de Corbissière, we have a quick recap of Ventoux by UTMB, which is a race that newly joined the circuit this year, the UTMB World Series. So let's see what it was like. What a race up and around the Géant de Provence in Mont Ventoux. That is certainly another great addition to the circuit, because again, now we're over 50 events in the UTMB World Series, which means you most likely have an event close to you that gives you the chance to experience that kind of race, that kind of organization, and to collect your running stones, to put your name in a hat, to participate in the UTMB World Series final at the end of August each year for the UTMB Mont-Blanc. Anders is going down.
He is making quick work of this descent, looking nice and smooth. I'm sure having seen his fiancée at the aid station was a nice little pep in his step that he needed to take on this 12-kilometer long descent. Hopefully he's restocked and refueled and considered that he's heading down now into the heat, so maybe carrying a bit more water. Just looking after himself.
And so I just
what an
wonder,
incredible descent.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, how does the crew get up there? Did they have to hike up? Because that looks pretty remote.
Yeah, it does. That's a very good question.
Yeah. So we had 22 seconds between second and third between Anders and Dominic, but it looks like now Anders has put a bit more time on the German runner Dominik Hohenleitner.
I would be curious to know if that timing point is taken at the entrance of the aid station, and potentially Dominic is taking a little bit longer at the aid station than Anders did. That would be my first guess as to why this gap has extended a little bit, because yeah, it would be quite impressive if he's put on this much time in a not such a long descent.
Well, he's from Romsdalen, so I assume that man can run really fast down any kind of terrain. But I think no, that
you third man there.
Yeah, you're making a very good point, and he's moving super well too. So I think that's a very good point, because sometimes we get confused. The timing mat sometimes is on the entrance of the aid station, sometimes it's outside of the aid station, and it makes a huge difference indeed, because like 20 seconds can turn into 40 or a minute if there's not a perfect transition between the runners and their crew.
I mean, besides Anders living and training in Romsdalen, he also comes from an orienteering background. And I've always found that orienteers are incredible descenders, and just technical runners in general, because they've had to run with a map in their hand on terrain where there's no trail. I've always found that sport incredibly impressive.
Well, he's probably right now on the way down reading a book about Verbier. just you know, to have a clear
some light reading.
Yeah, just like getting more familiar about like that destination where he's heading. Verbier Saint-Bernard. By the way, it's as we're waiting for our first woman to come through, Candice Bertin, who yes is coming in, ladies and gentlemen. She is right there.
There we go. Leading woman, Candice Bertin from France, New Balance athlete. She is looking super smooth. If we can get this image to clear up, but she is moving super well. No.
And I was almost gonna say, like, you see, Tony asked and the production delivers. You said we were gonna see the woman in this very section, and then it's like, oh yeah, and we are not.
Not there.
But there
we go. Super nice drone shot.
And again, she's got the poles out, and she's gonna make the best out of them. Very, very smart. Although maybe for those watching at home, we said that poles, and we keep saying it, poles are always super helpful on climbs, and actually over ultra distances. You can also find them quite helpful in the descents to avoid like blasting your quads and IT bands too early in a race. But there's something that now we have the element of altitude, and so as much as when you're using poles efficiently, you will be removing up to 30% effort from your legs, and you put it into your upper body. So the energy expenditure is about the same, but depending on how accustomed you are with poles, your upper body is going to take over that energy, like that effort. But when you're at altitude, you can actually suffocate yourself so much easier, because if you don't have the poles, your legs are going to be like, stop, we're done, and then you're going to burn and you're going to slow down. But when you have your poles, you can actually work so much harder and still be moving, and so you just have to be careful about that, and be mindful of checking in with yourself. Okay, is my heart rate okay? Am I feeling okay? Am I not feeling dizzy? Am I breathing okay as well? Because you're using also your upper body a lot more, so you could actually have your shoulder a bit tighter. So it's important to check in with yourself when you're up high at altitude using poles, to just make sure you're not overdoing it, because you could really cook yourself.
Absolutely. I also think another element to that is that your hands are busy, and I think it's a lot easier to forget to fuel properly when you've got poles, because you're so concentrated on using them that you forget to, or it's a bit of a pain to take out a gel from your pocket or to take a bottle. So it becomes very easy to underhydrate and underfuel as well if you're using poles. So you're working harder and you're not eating as much. It can be a very dangerous combination if you haven't practiced that. Yeah.
Another good point. dead end.
We are back with Mattia Battocini, first man in the Verbier marathon, en route down to the valley floor.
And he is not letting go of the gas pedal, and he's keeping our cam runner on his toes.
Just once again, a huge kudos to these camera runners. Running downhill on technical terrain is no easy feat, but to do it with a camera in your hand, whoa.
Different ball game entirely.
It's definitely a skill.
Yeah.
What an incredible split screen we have here. Wow.
And you were just talking about this. Look at Mattia now. He's fueling as he's running down. He was just taking a gel, and so it takes also quite a lot of skills to feel relaxed and comfortable when you're moving at high speed on that kind of terrain and still know, okay, according to the nutrition plan, or I'm feeling peckish, I'm gonna have a gel right now. And he's like, nope, I'm not waiting for a flat section, I'm not waiting for an easy section, and I'm not slowing down either. So it shows that the man was ready and he runs with a purpose. He said that he was here to score a podium, and right now this is definitely in the pocket, and it's more like, now can he hold off the rest of these gentlemen in the names of Anders Haga and Dominique Hohenleitner from Germany? If he can keep holding them back. Right now he's got over 5 minutes on second place. All right, and again, beautiful screen, split screen. Top men, top women. As Candice Vertin is on her way to the aid station before that 12-kilometer downhill that Mattia right now is covering. Whoa, you don't want to take it too wide, buddy.
Oh yeah.
I mean, not that we're not ready for action and drama. We want everybody to come back safe. We have a quick break coming up, and then we'll be right back with.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
We love stinky runners, but use the soap.
You finish your race, and your hands are nice and soft. How good is that?
And we're back. We're back with Mattia, who is absolutely crushing this descent. He is making it look so easy.
Yeah, and yeah, heads up to these hikers, because there's a whole lot more runners coming in. and you can see already the distance that he's covered since the cabane panossière.
But yeah, this is a game of tactics here, because he knows that second and third are on his tail. But he will be also thinking about what's to come, and he's got quite a lot of flat running and that final climb up to Verbier. So it's important to make sure he pushes, but doesn't push too hard, so that he's got nothing at the bottom of this descent. So yeah, it's definitely something that I imagine he will be thinking about. And I think often we forget, and something you mentioned earlier is that he was fueling on this descent, but often you feel like you don't need to. Because you're running downhill, but you forget what's to come. So it's great to see him fueling in preparation for what is to come as well.
Yeah, like so far it's a masterclass from Mattia Bertoncini. He's handled everything well, and then as you were saying, he's looking after himself. He's fueling, so it's a man with a plan. And since we've seen him like right off the gate, like take the lead and pull away from the rest of the field on that runnable section that was on like kind of a slight gradient uphill, I'm guessing even on that runnable downhill at the bottom of the valley, I feel like he will have the wheels to carry on at a good enough speed to make sure that the runners behind him, Anders Haga and Domenico and Leitner, do not come back to him. So it looks really good, but again, nothing's done until it's done. You got to cross the line to claim that title. So we'll be eagerly waiting for Mattia to make his way down the valley and then back up for the 600-meter climb, the last climb up to Verbier-Saint-Bernard. And in the meantime, still Team New Balance crushing it right at the front on her way to the aid station on this slightly more runnable part of the climb, the last part of the climb before getting to the aid station and turning back around. And so far, I don't think we have had sight of the second and third woman. Whoa! He keeps taking those right-hand turns pretty wide. Careful! Attenzione, attenzione!
Oh, wow. Keeping us on our toes, that's for sure.
Yeah, I think even our camera runner got a cold sweat here. He's like, oh no.
You can see, I mean, that grade, you can see the red line there on the graphic on the left-hand corner. He is running at about 20% gradient, negative 20% gradient, so 20% downhill. That is steep. That is a quad blower. And he is just making it look very simple. You can see he's shortening his stride. There's no long overstriding here. I think that's also important when it's slightly technical, to keep light on your toes. He's keeping relaxed. There's nothing tense about the way that he's running. He really is giving us a very impressive masterclass on how to tackle a descent like this. And he will know that he's got Dominic and Anders on his tail. So he's definitely not taking it slow. But I think he's running in a very controlled manner now as well. So yeah, very impressive performance here so far. 29.67%. That is so steep.
That's crazy.
And we're back with Candice here up at the front of the women's race. Just as a little recap, she has Judith Mieskes in second, chasing behind her, who went through Podium about 6 minutes behind Candice, and Hélène Delme, who was 5 minutes behind Judith. So we've got the top three women all relatively close together and still very much within contention. And in fourth, we have Anne Koenig, but she has not yet, as far as my update has, as far as my tracking goes, she hasn't been through Podium yet. So she is chasing Helen. But it looks like our top three is pretty secure at the moment, with Candice up front, Judith in second, and Helen in third.
Yeah, as much as it's fantastic performance from all these ladies, we as commentator are a bit disappointed because we want drama, we want late surges, we want hard passes, sprint finishes in the street of Verbier.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We love it. We love a little drama. But hey, 12 kilometers of descending is a long way to go, and really anything can happen.
Yeah, we might see an ankle or two go. You never know. We're gonna jinx that
You
race.
never know. I mean, I kind of hope that doesn't happen, but
But we won't complain if it
love a little
does.
drama.
All right, as we're with Italian runner from Team New Balance, Mattia Bertoncini, it's the opportunity also to tell you a little bit more about Verbier Saint-Bernard, the place where all the races finish, some of them start as well. Because as I was telling you at the beginning of this broadcast, they are into trail running, and this race proves it. But they are also into a lot of different sports, and since the early days, and I think that was all the way back to '86. I might be wrong on that one, but they have been the final of the Freeride World Tour with the Extrême of Verbier. So they are also definitely pushing hard and standing behind the winter sports. And then in mountain bike, they also at the start of the Grand Raid BCVS, which is from Verbier to Grimmens, another city in Switzerland, and it's 125k and over 5,000 meters of climbing on a mountain bike. That's a lot, but it's still as hard as it looks. It still brings 3,000 participants to that race. So it is certainly one of the big hard references in mountain biking. So Verbier is really where it's at when it comes to mountain sports all year round. And so if you get a chance to hang out or to go and do one of these events, you'll see it for yourselves. And Candice is still climbing. It shows how long that climb is to that aid station. Man, that drink is a hard-earned one.
Parce que j'entends pas Unity. Okay.
Is that the second lady on the screen? I think that is.
I was just trying to figure that one out. Yeah, I think you're right.
I think that's Judith. So we've got second woman Judith Miska on that climb as well. But like we were saying, you know, she could be a couple hundred meters back, but that in time it could be quite an extensive amount of time, 5 minutes back on a climb like that. But yeah, still moving super well, and back with Mattia here, who's still on that descent, but running around a slightly flatter section of it.
Okay.
Yeah, and still managing to have a yarn with that cam runner.
Let's get race.
I don't know who's more impressive, Mattia or our cam runner who keeps chatting away while filming.
Too hard. Oh yeah, of course. Yes. I think that was the problem for many young runners.
Man, I don't know if he was ready, but like there were two trails, and our camera runner just smoothly just jumped onto the higher one and just dropped in. I was like, damn, that was smooth.
Smooth, yeah, very smooth.
I didn't know where it's at.
And we've got our third woman on the screen now as well.
So would that be Hélène Delmet?
There we go. Confirmed on the screen, Hélène Delmet.
Helen! Have we all seen that? Have we all seen that video about marmots yelling at each other? Calling each other?
Oh no. I haven't. I'm sorry. You're gonna have to put it in the chat so everyone can join in on your amusement here.
I can't share, I'm afraid, links.
Let's see if we can find a GIF for that. And yeah, Helena's starting that climb now. She's got a little bit of a way to go, but she is poles out and up she goes. And as we've seen, that it's quite a punchy climb. It's quite a long way to go before she will see her crew or the aid station to refill. So hopefully she's got enough in the tank to get her there. But we will be back to see Mattea keep crushing this descent after a little bit of an ad break.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Here we go. We are back. We are back. And we are still with our third lady who is making her way up to Cabin Panossier. She is starting this long climb up there. While Matteo takes... he's making this descent look very, very easy. He's maybe... I would say he's most of the way down now from that climb.
So 12.6 kilometers from the finish. He's still moving super well, looking around the valley. He even has time to do some sightseeing, looking around.
If you have a look at the live.utmb runner tracking, you can see that he has, at least on the map, it looks like he's made a little bit of a gap. But also if you look at second and third, Anders seems to have pulled away a little bit from Dominic as well. So it'll be interesting if we can get some eyes on that and to see what is happening with our second and third men too.
It looks like Mattia is working pretty hard, still not letting go of the gas pedal. He's made so much ground now, he can't let go of that first place with just 12 kilometers to go. Mainly will be downhill. The last climb will be still, 6Ks.
Yep.
Still 6Ks. And so if I did the math correctly, and if it is truly 600 meters. So let's finish at 10%. It's not
Cool.
easy. Yeah.
Definitely not easy. Running down roads like this as well is as much as the steep single track is hard on your body, I think this is even worse because you're opening up your stride. The impact on your body is so high. And I think it's very easy to overcook yourself. He's probably also feeling the heat. He's dropping down now into the valleys. It's heading towards midday, so it's probably getting pretty hot out there. You're running on a road, so there's heat from that too. So I think it's gonna start getting tough for them, I think.
Yeah, and Tony, you hit it on the head with your comment earlier that you're saying to be able to win that race, you need to be an extremely versatile runner. And look at the variety of terrain these runners had to go through. Like there were fire roads at the beginning, and then single tracks, and then in the high country, extremely technical terrain where they were using their hands. And now he's like blasting sub 4 minute per K on the road. So that is some various terrain, and like you will find places that work for you and you will have places that are challenging to you. But to be fair, so far Mathieu has made it look easy on every single section.
Absolutely. And we have a glimpse, hopefully.
Just a glimpse.
We had a glimpse of Candice. She seems to have gone through Panassier, which means she is on her way down to the valley.
So did you get the update? Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait, no, sorry. Do you have Candice through Cabane de Panosia?
Not yet.
Yeah, she's still anticipated to get there in 3 minutes. But it looked like she was running down. So maybe there is a tiny bit of a down section before getting to the date station.
Possibly.
We haven't had images of that so far. So it's a bit hard to gauge.
Unfortunately, we haven't really had any images of any of the aid stations, and I always find it very interesting to see people's methods in the aid stations. You know, everyone's got their own way of doing things. Some people are super calm, some people are pretty frantic. It's always interesting to see what people grab from the aid station tables. So hopefully we get to see someone at an aid station, maybe at one of the lower ones. But for now, we get to watch Mathieu keep crushing on this descent.
Yeah.
Yeah, and like you say, sub 4 minute Ks this late into a race. Yeah, it's pretty impressive what he's doing here.
And it's so is a fine line, or like how do you take it? It's like you trying to slow down and protect your legs, but then you're not moving as fast. And something you can definitely practice in training is just work on your leg turnover. And you can do like just intervals or not looking into any sort of pacing, but you do like 3 minutes on, 1 minute off, and during that 3 minute on, you go between 180 to 190 step per minute, just to make sure that you eventually get comfortable with that kind of ideal leg turnover, and you can increase that whenever you go uphill, obviously, to reduce the amount of work that your legs will be doing at each step, but also when you're going downhill to try and take many more steps, so then they're spread across and the impact is lower at each step.
Yeah.
And there we go. Second place in the men's race, Anders Haga is still reasonably, what would you say, like 5 minutes back, if not more?
But I would probably say that Mathieu has put in a little bit of time on this descent.
Yeah.
Because he went through here a little while ago. But maybe that's just my distorted perception of time.
We're sharing that distorted perception of time. Yeah, and it looks like our mountain biker is going to stick with him for just a little while and then go back up to see if we have third place in the men's, but also eventually get back up to catch Candice as she will be making her way down. She is waiting through. There we go. She has gone through. No, hang on. I keep getting excited for nothing. She's still expected to go through Cabane Panossière. Yeah, any second now.
Yeah.
Well, you can hear our mountain biker skidding down that technical trail.
Oi. So impressive. You wouldn't catch me on a mountain bike on these trails in a million years.
Yeah, I'm with you.
There's a very steep drop on the left-hand side there, and my luck on a bicycle, I would definitely end up down there. And ideally, I don't want that to happen, so I think I'll just stick to my running shoes.
Yeah. Usually the bikes go where the eyes go, and so if you start to be scared of something, you just usually stare at it and you go straight to it. And so it still looks like there's a fair amount of downhill, which shows, even though Mattia is moving extremely quickly, that is a long descent in terms of time on your feet. Ooh. No, is that second or third? No, third. And he's catching up.
Yeah.
And that's what I was going to say. Like, of all three, I really have the feeling like Dominic is running the smoothest, least impact of them on the road section. Like, he's moving well, but he doesn't look like he's hammering his legs one bit, as opposed to Mattia. It looked like he was really pounding the floor. Yeah. Huh.
Yeah.
Je vais essayer de vous faire un
Very,
slow-mo.
very smooth.
And so we're gonna have action. We're gonna have a passing, ladies and gentlemen, in this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB, fighting for second place. These two men have been on a ding-dong battle since, almost like 15 Ks into the race. And now, Anders, who had the upper hand in the technical part, now Dominic Hohenleitner is making a move on the road, and there's no love in there. It's just a pure hard pass. Boom!
Love a little action. He's doing the classic tactical thing of, you want to put a bit of gas on when you pass a runner. And he's done that. He's not slowed down. He's put his foot down a little bit. He's made a bit of a gap, and I think he's going to keep his foot on the gas for a little bit until he puts in a bit of distance between them.
Yeah, you want to break spirits. When you're making a pass, you want it to be mean.
Gotta love a little spirit breaking.
Oh,
for
yeah.
breakfast or lunch.
It is 11:58. It's still breakfast time. So there we go, Mattia coming into town. And Switzerland at work with all these tractors and engines to keep those pristine green mountains in top shape. And as we're going back to the higher parts of the course, if you weren't with us this morning, that was kind of the top part of the first climb, which was leading the runners to the highest elevation on the course, above 3,000 meters of altitude.
This is where the party people were. If you were in that fifth wave, that's where you're climbing now. And if it's anything like that start line was, then they're having a good time.
Oh, yeah. Confettis are coming out.
Yeah. You can see Matteo is making his way to Lourtier. And that will be his final aid station before he heads up to the finish at Verbier. So this will be his final chance to restock, get some of that Swiss cheese, get a little saucisson, some bread, to fuel his way up to Verbier, which, as you were saying, is about a 600-meter climb. So he's still got a bit of climbing to do, and he's actually still got a bit of descending to do. It's not over yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. Indeed, although I'm not too sure this this graphic is accurate, because he's like got less than 10 k's to go, and he was showing kilometer 37. But the race is 43, so I'm not that good at math, but I think there is a bit of a discrepancy in there. But anyway, 3 hours 30 elapsed, and our main leader, Mattia Bertoncini, representing Team New Balance coming from Italy, is still absolutely crushing. As you were saying, Tony, he is getting to the aid station, and as you were saying, this is the last opportunity to get fuel, hydration, but also, I don't know if they have crew access there, but to regroup, because mentally, like, you know, he's been pushing quite a lot, and it's about just reassessing the situation. Where are we at? It's the last stretch. Am I looking after myself? Am I sure? See? Tony asked, and we shall receive. We get the view of the aid station. So Andrea Caldera here, one of the mans in the shadows for Team New Balance, is there for both Mattia and Candice. And it's interesting to see, even though it is quite late in the race, that he's putting up the white cap to cool him down, to cool Mattia down. He's got a wet towel as well. Calm and composed.
Mm-hmm. And like you say, he's probably reassessing, taking stock. He's just finished that very long descent, so this is his opportunity to kind of figure out. Oh.
Well, I guess our camera runner had sneakers on. He couldn't quite get in. Bouncer told him off.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Oh.
See,
quick stop
and
for
so
Dominic there.
And it shows that the weather is hot and the temperatures are raising, especially if you get to the valley floor. And so once again, Andrea Caldera, who's crewing for Mattia, was on point with heading him over what must be a wet white cap to keep him cool for the last section of the race. So, yeah. That aid station, that transition at the aid station was bang on. It took his time. He was handed over the flask, the fuel. He was cooled down quite a bit, and off he was. So probably less than a minute spent at the aid station there. And I keep refreshing, but we're still waiting for Candice to get to Cabane Panossière, and she hasn't made it there yet.
I'm wondering if she just hasn't been picked up there, because it looks like Judith is right on her tail there, and same with Helene. So I'm wondering if maybe her timing point just wasn't picked up, because she should be through there by now.
Yes, it is very probable that happens. Especially seeing that how remote that aid station was. Maybe the reception is not perfect, and even though they've gone through those gates, it didn't register, and we didn't get the information. So bear with us, and we'll keep you updated as soon as we know more from the field. But in the meantime, Dominic from Germany is now running in second place, and he's running smooth. Like he's moving well, but it doesn't look like he's hurting or anything. So that's going to make for a very exciting finish.
Yeah. I agree, because he honestly looks like he's moving a little bit better and more comfortably than Matteo did at this point. So it will be interesting to see what that time gap is at this aid station, and to see if any time has been made up or lost. But yeah. He's moving super, super well.
Yeah, it was 2:38. So yeah, there was 5. Pardon me?
Oh wait. Right, sorry. I thought you 38 was the temperature for today. I was like, dang, they're in for a stinker.
No, I was looking at the split at the Cabane Panosière at the top, and Mathieu had gone in 2:38, and Anders was 2:43. So there was 5 minutes between them two at that point. So just to follow up on your comment, we're going to be checking the splits and see if he has increased or shrunk in that descent.
But he's coming up to that aid station very soon, so it will be very interesting to see what that gap looks like.
Mm-hmm.
And he's still smiling. He's stoked.
Yeah, you get the cheering from the people. If you're in a good state, that fills your cup, helps you move.
And also, I mean, just to comment on the fact that he's put in a lot of time on Andreas Haga in very short space of time.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't see him, coming into the aid station now. So let's see what that time gap is. But he's, couldn't see Anders in the distance there. So he's definitely put his foot on the gas to open up that gap.
And it looks like the cam runners and mountain bikers have communicated and said, "Hey, don't try to go into that aid station. You get turned down. You're gonna get pushed back." Here we go. That's the news. That's what we wanted to see, ladies and gentlemen. Candice Vertin has indeed gone through the Cabane Panosière and is way on her way to like that first steep part of the descent. So everything is okay. It was just a failure from Life Trail, not the first time, not the last time. And so you had a good guess, Tony. Well done. And that also was a pretty swift transition for Dominic. And so now we do have the split, and it has shrunk, really not by much, but it is 4 minutes instead of 5. So Dominic has made ground on Mathieu on that long section. However, that was a 12-kilometer section where he made a minute, and now they have less than 10 to go, and there's still 4 to be made. So unless Mathieu really blows out, it's going to be extremely tough to come and fight for the first spot for Dominic Hohenleitner. However, he is, with every step, securing his second place over Anders Haga. So the fight is still on for the podium, and as we remind you, being part of the UTMB World Series, the top 3 men and women of each race in the 50K, 100K, and 100-mile distances punch their automatic entry into next year's UTMB World Series final in Chamonix at the end of August. So there is quite a bit at stake.
Absolutely. We still don't have Judith through Panosière either, but as we didn't get Candice's timing through there, it is possible also that she is not going to get picked up. So I'd be curious to see where they are in relation to each other and see if that gap has been extended or minimized. But Candice is moving super well. She's, again, looking super comfortable in this kind of descending. I think Mattea made this look easy, and Candice is doing the exact same thing. She's showing us exactly how this should be run. So very, very impressive display there by her. We are going to have a quick little break, but we will be right back to see what is happening.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we're back. We're back with Candice Fertin, the women's leader here at the Verbier Marathon. She is on that 12-kilometer descent down from the aid station, and she is looking great. She's looking super smooth. She is heading to Lourtier, which is in a couple kilometers. She's still got a little way to go, but she's looking great. And cruising on our screen, we've got Mattea. It's great to see them bouncing back and forth between these images, to see them both in action, both our race leaders here in Verbier, taking on this marathon race. It's 43 kilometers for anyone who is joining us recently, a 43-kilometer race with around 3,200 meters of climbing, which is no small feat. And Candice is currently on a 12-kilometer descent, and yeah, it's steep. She's making this look super simple.
And again, we can appreciate the work of our cam runners, like moving ahead of her so we can see that front perspective, which is always super cool. And there we go. Mattia getting towards the end of that descent in the valley floor. It must be hot at that point. And he's fueling as well, which is good news, because that last climb is going to require a whole lot of strength. And, ooh, is there a bit of a conversation? Let's see if we can be a fly on the wall.
Once again, just highlighting the diversity in the terrain that we've seen today. You know, Candice now taking on this descent, the single track. It's really steep, some sections up to 30% descend. And then you see where Mattea is, and he's running along some smooth road. And yeah, I think this race really requires a very diverse portfolio of skills. And I think the people who win here are definitely very multi-talented athletes. You can't win this race without, yeah, being able to run technical trails, being able to run flat. It definitely requires a vast skill set to do this and do it well. There we
this
see
is what
where Mattea is going.
Yeah, this is going to be still a long road section. There's going to be probably a couple of Ks before he starts moving back up, and we'll be starting to feel like he's getting to the beginning of that last climb into Verbier. And usually as a runner, you kind of break down the course into multiple sections. And when you get to that last climb, it's like, okay, I know this is a climb, but this is the last climb. And so mentally you switch into a bit of a different mindset, like a finishing mindset. And but there, it's just like probably the mindset is like, "Ay, cazzo, it's muy calor."
Oh yeah, just like that. And I mean, he's on his way to an automatic qualification at OCC, so it's only fitting that we see the best of OCC from last year.
Well done. Ah, those emotions run deep on that finish line in Place du Triangle de l'Amitié in Chamonix for those finals. And this year again, we'll be there.
Yep. And lucky for these top 3 athletes racing here today, they will get to be there and experience the incredible atmosphere at the UTMB finals in August in 2026, which is definitely something they will all be thinking about. Definitely something that will be on their mind as they get towards the finish line.
And here, Candice Fertin, still in the lead in the women's race, is receiving massive cheers from the crowds. I gotta love people going up high in the mountains to see the runners, give them a bit of a cheer. And Candice is getting to the bottom of that, and then she'll be running on that track in the valley as well as quite a bit on the road, as we've seen. She'll be alongside that lake, just like where we saw Mattia run by just earlier. And I was also looking, since we had a bit of a documentary that featured her. Amy Winters is 3 hours 20 minutes elapsed into her race, into the X Traversée, the 100K distance, and she's currently 18th in her category. So these are the early times, but she's crushing. And if you're around that weekend, she's anticipated to make it to the finish line at around 6:26 a.m. tomorrow morning. That'll be a hell of a journey. Yeah.
Absolutely. Just in case anyone was wondering, the women, at least the top three, well, Candice is doing what I think is going to be important, is getting some water, keeping cool, hydrating. But
losing a bit her bearings here.
Yeah. But just for anyone watching and who's following on the live tracking, the athletes, the top three women, we think have been through Panosier. And there is a little bit of a problem with the tracking. So if your runner isn't moving, don't panic. They are probably moving. They just haven't been picked up at the checkpoint. So don't stress too much.
That is going to be extremely hard to translate those references. But she said like she wasn't very keen on the road, and she felt like. And did you have this cartoon when you were little, like My Little Pony?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Okay. Good. That translates. So she was like, "I am the little pony on the road."
Oh my gosh. Well, to be honest, after all of that technical running, I think a lot of people are going to welcome a little bit of a flatter road running. Even if it's not your preference, just a little bit of rhythm. It's always quite nice to get and to open up your stride a little bit, especially if you've been, potentially hiking a bit more, or having to brake a little bit more downhill. Just getting a bit into a bit of a rhythm and a stride is always quite welcome.
And also reminding you that there was a reason why you did all these flat runs, that they were not so much fun, a bit boring, a bit painful, but now this is where the money is and where they're paying off.
Oh yeah.
All right, team, on that beautiful view of the lake, we do have a quick break coming up, but we'll be right back with you in our men's and
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, we are back with Mattia Bertoncini leading the men's race. Head down. He's almost done with that gradual climb, and he should be making it into a bit of a more steep and switchback. There we go. That's where we're at. In the meantime, our lead woman, coming from France and also representing Team New Balance, Candice Vertin, is, as you can see, looking after herself on that technical section. It shows that she's super comfortable on that, probably more than on the road, and I'm quoting her, was feeling like a little pony.
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Yep. It's starting. Up he goes.
Yeah. That profile says it all. It's going to be steep all the way to the finish in Verbier. And so far, it also looks pretty exposed, which is not going to be great. And a quick look over his shoulder. He knows that he has a clear line of sight on whoever could be coming behind, but seemingly no one there. So that would be a confidence boost just to keep working at it, but not overreaching. Damn, that's a steep climb. Yeah. There, I wish I had poles if I were him.
Oh, yeah. There's something about a steep climb on the road that feels extra painful. There's something about a steep climb when it's on a single track and trail that makes you feel okay that it's hard. But when it's on the road, there's something about it that, it just feels 10 times harder.
And yeah, those ones, I mean, again, the type of training is not rocket science, really. It's just spending a lot of time on the... I mean, if you have long roads like this, like, you're better off outside. But if you don't, if you have mountains but not such steep roads, a very easy, efficient way to do it is on the treadmill. You just put it at 20%, 25%, and you grind it for an hour. In the meantime, you could be watching the live broadcast of a UTMB World Series race. Boom! Absolutely. Two birds with one stone. Get quick at uphill running and be entertained for hours.
Absolutely. Get inspired by the incredible views of these trails. Speaking of, next Saturday, there is, I think, 2 UTMB events happening at the same time. We've got the Eiger Ultra Trail plus the Monte Rosa Sky Marathon. Sky Marathon? I think that's what it's...
Monte Rosa Waldweg. Yep.
There we go.
Also another race that is joining the UTMB World Series for the first time.
Yeah, so it'll be its first time on the UTMB Live and the first time on the circuit this year, which is incredibly exciting. So if you want to, stick your treadmill at 20% and grind away on an uphill while catching up on all your latest trail going-ons, we will be here next week as well.
And yeah, we will even be competing with one another to get the biggest audience possible on each race. So I think there's going to be some wild fake context to make you believe you can win, like a Dacia car or like some random stuff just to make sure you stay with us and not with the other race. So it's going to be a fun one. There's going to be plenty to choose from. You can jump from one race to the next. Yeah, it's going to be a hell of a weekend.
Well, next weekend, Martin, you are commentating with Mayel, correct?
I don't even know, to be honest. I know I'm commenting Monte Rosa. That's why I knew the name and I started looking into it. But I don't know who my partner in crime will be.
Well, I can tell you right now that it's going to be a competition between you and me to see who can retain the most viewers on the feed. Because me and Stephanie are going to be going head-to-head with you and Mayel.
Well, then I think we're stuffed.
I mean, it's beauty versus brawn. Because I'm not going to say brains. We got beauty and brains.
I was actually waiting for beauty versus. I'm like, oh, what is she going to say?
I'll give you brawn.
How about beauty versus bromance? This is how we're going to pull it off.
There we go. That works. That works.
Can't put a price on long-term friendship and silly jokes from an Aussie and a Frenchman. That's gonna be good. Hey, Dominic is not that far back, ladies and gentlemen. And he's also running up that hill. Ooh. Will the drama arrive as we are on the way to Verbier, but nowhere near it yet?
Well, we've got like 5Ks to go until the end and a hell of a climb on some pretty steep roads. So it's, there's still lots to happen. There's still lots that can go on. And Dominic is looking like he's in great spirits, and that is always very helpful at the end of a race. It's a very dangerous person to have chasing you, someone who is as happy and motivated as Dominic is right now.
Wow, it is impressive. And he's also looking over his shoulder just to gauge if there's anyone who could come in and worry him at this point. But I think he's made a huge gap on Anders Haga from Norway, who most likely is still sitting in third, but was only 20 seconds back at the last station. And now there's going to be over a minute. So Dominic has played his cards right, and he probably knew how strong he would be on that runnable section uphill on the road, and he's making it look easy. I'm really impressed. In the meantime, Mattia is power hacking his way up the hill on a very steep section, but he just doesn't look as fresh.
No, he doesn't. And, we might be asking the question a little bit later if Dominic waited a little bit too long to make his move, or if he timed it just right. There's still some way to go. There's still, a lot of climbing to happen. So there is possibility that there's going to be change up front. We don't know. You're going to have to stick with us to see. But I agree with you that Mattia, while still moving incredibly well, we're not going to take that away from him. He's still running up something pretty steep. I think Dominic is looking dangerous, and it's going to be interesting.
Very interesting indeed, and that's what we're here for. We want the late popcorn blows. We want the late passing, the surges. Well, I gotta say, he's still moving really well. Yes.
No, absolutely.
Fireworks. Which one is this? They're taking us off.
Vraiment pas loin de Liane, en train de rentrer.
And now he's in that steep section where we saw Mattia just finishing only a couple of minutes ago.
Bah, il le sait, hein, ils se sont vus les deux.
And we get the information from our camera mountain biker that they know how far away they are from each other because they saw each other. I don't know exactly at what point, but it sounds like they are well aware of what's happening and that one is chasing and the other one is trying to keep up.
Back with our leading woman here, Candice Fertin of France, the New Balance athlete. She is heading down towards that aid station at Lourtier. She is still moving super well, and I think we're all curious to see what's happening behind her, to know where the second and third woman is, if they are close behind, if she's managed to maintain that gap, and to see who's still in second, who's still in third.
Yes, we are a bit blind because we missed that split at the Cabane de Panosière, the last aid station at the very top. So it's been a while since we have had splits in a women's race. So yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see. And then, Tony, you do have a question in the chat.
Will I be attending the UTMB Mont-Blanc? Indeed, I will. But much to people's disappointment, I won't be taking on the full loop this year. I will be back at CCC, so the 100-kilometer event at the UTMB finals. I want to finish that race again. I want to feel good at CCC again. So we'll be going back. We'll be going back to try and improve on some errors that I made. And yeah, it's going to be an exciting race. Like all of these races at UTMB now, the fields are incredibly stacked. There's an incredibly large group of women who are very strong, and it's going to make for a very exciting race. So I'm super psyched to be back at the 100K, the CCC event. And yeah, hopefully we can put on a show for everyone. Hopefully no major fireworks, at least from me. As much as we love drama, I hope none of that drama is related to me. But yeah, regardless of what happens, it's going to be an exciting race and a really great week. I think all of the races are lining up to be really exciting. And the top 3 athletes from Verbier this weekend get to experience that for themselves next year. So very exciting for them and definitely something that they are going to be looking forward to too.
Yeah, indeed. We'll be there, obviously, covering it live, and we'll be hoping that absolutely no fireworks will be happening for you, but we'll get confetti instead to celebrate another good time.
Confetti works too. I'm happy with confetti.
Confetti will work.
Yeah.
And so there we go. As much as the 2 single tracks look slightly similar, they are actually quite far apart. Our lead men and women, both representing Team New Balance. On the right-hand side of your screen, Mattia Bertoncini from Team New Balance, as I said, from Italy, is still on his way to Verbier in first place. He's been leading literally since the first 100 meters. And with a very, very aggressive race strategy, although on paper he still does have the highest UTMB index. So he was starting as one of the favorites, if not the favorite. But there we go. We do have some troublemakers from Germany. Dominic Horlatner, who seems to have like a late surge and be moving really well in that last section, and he's certainly closing the gap that went from up at the Cabane de Panosière 5 minutes down to 4 minutes at the last aid station in I lost the name of it. I'm gonna find it in Lourtier. And yeah, is closing hard. And so by the sound of our mountain bikers, it looked like the 2 gentlemen have actually even seen each other, so they know how close now they are and how much the gap has shrunk. So Mattia will be running scared and Dominic will be chasing hard. So that's an exciting back end of the race in the men's race. In the meantime, as much as we're super stoked to see her up at the front, it looks like it's not going to be the same race scenario with Candice Fertin, because we haven't caught a glimpse of the rest of the women's field, being Anne Koenig from Germany, Judith Meskers from the Netherlands, now living in Switzerland. We had even in the early kilometers, Laura Amy from Italy, who was in the mix, and so now we're just blind. We're waiting to have either images or a split down at the next aid station, which is still a wee while away.
And as we had our special guest on just now, Hayden Hawkes, just a little update for all the Hawkes family fans. Ashley Hawkes is still in the race, and she has gone through Pindon as well. So she is still moving super well in 11th position, and I'm sure, she went in with a curious mindset and just happy to be here. So it's great to see her seemingly having a good day as well out there.
Yeah. Who wants to put money on Ashley being in the top 10 at the finish line?
I think we go for it. Yeah.
I do. Yeah, I think she's got the mom's resilience and the leave at altitude, so that element is not gonna be an issue for her. She loves technical, and as Hayden was saying, she went in with no pressure, no expectations, so she'll just be able to run free of the outcome and just enjoy it. And that's usually when you actually pull off your best possible result. So
absolutely. So we are with the first male here, Mattia Bertoncini, and he is 3 kilometers to the finish. And yet It really looks like Dominic is moving super well. They don't look like they're far apart. So this is
150 meters.
What?
So we want to see the opposite.
Some very good time.
We want a camera behind Dominic and in front of Mattia, so we can actually see the other runners in the field.
Oh wow! It'll be curious if we can see them. Can't see them.
No, there's a bit
close.
of a switchback. If one coughs, they're going to be hear each other because they're literally on top of each other now on those switchbacks.
And I'm pretty sure that Mattia knows that Dominic is there. So he's running knowing that it's going to be close.
Now he's deep in the pain cave, chipping away at it, and he just cannot let go. He cannot afford to let go of the pressure because he's just so close, but he knows that Dominic is creeping up on him. And Dominic, hey, there's gotta be a minute? What do you reckon? Probably a minute between these two gentlemen.
Minute and a half. 150 meters on a climb can be, maybe 2 minutes.
True.
But this isn't that steep. This is what we said, maybe a 10% average grade. This looks pretty runnable, so we don't know. And we're about to head into a break, so I guess we're going to have to wait to find out. And we'll be surprised altogether when we come back.
Suspense.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we're back with our mouth full, taking advantage of the breaks to try and feed ourselves as well, to sustain this incredible suspense between the top two men in this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB 50K. We didn't quite see it coming by the time they were getting to the high point in the race at the Cabane Panossière. But, ladies and gentlemen, Mattia Bertoncini, who's been leading the race right from the start, from Italy, representing Team New Balance, is actually getting caught up by Dominik Herdlashner from Germany, and Dominic is chasing hard. We have seen the gap shrinking down to 150 meters, and they were about 2.5 kilometers away from the finish. Here we have our top lady who is still at the aid station. So she looks like she was very, very thirsty when she arrived, because during the break she was already drinking some of the water from that water bottle, and then she finished another water bottle, poured the rest of it onto herself, and off she was. So that was quite like, Tony, about 90 seconds, 2 minutes?
Yeah, she took her time there. And I think, with the heat and knowing that she's probably got a fairly big gap, it was a smart choice to make. She's going into the heat of the day now onto a section that's very exposed, as we've seen with the men going through. So she took her time. She knew what was coming. She looked after herself, and I think it will pay off later, as she heads towards the finish line now.
Yeah, time well spent, indeed. Now the question is, when are we going to see the second lady come through the Lourtier aid station? Ta-da!
Very cool slow motion of Candice there. She looks like she's working, but still moving very well.
And there we go. Second place is in the house.
There we go. Okay, so we've still got maybe, I would say this is almost 10 minutes between them at the aid station.
Yeah, that's quite a lot.
Because this is, yeah.
Oh, it's still all smiles and
yeah.
And then this is Judith. Yeah, there you go. They beat me to it.
So the Dutch athlete living in Geneva, she is making easy work of this. She's looking very smooth still. Like you say, she's still smiling. Looks like she's in good spirits. So, still moving nicely. But still has a bit of a way to go before that aid station. So it'll be interesting to see what that time difference is. Unfortunately, we haven't had any updates since Pinden. And at that point, she was 5 minutes back from Candice. So let's see when we get the next checkpoint what that difference is going to be.
And when we caught her, she had over 12 Ks to go to the finish. And then the Lourtier aid station is 9.4 Ks to go. So she's just under 3 Ks away. And even though she's moving really well on the descent, 3 Ks, even at 5 minutes per K, that's quarter of an hour.
Yeah.
So it looks like Candice kept applying the pressure, and her level today was not to be matched by anyone else. And I guess it's going to be now a race for possibly second and third. I'm guessing we're still waiting for possibly Anne Koenig from Germany to come in.
And Hélène Delme, she was in third at the last checkpoint, but again, we don't know. We haven't had updates since Pinden, so anything could have happened in that third position spot. I guess we're going to have to wait and see until we can get some eyes on those runners.
Yes, indeed. And so, as we are waiting to have further images of these runners, we have a bit of a recap to introduce to you a man who doesn't really need introduction anymore. Thibaut Garivier, representing Team HOKA. He's a French runner, as well as a radiologist. So, and he's one of the few athletes who could be completely pro, but has chosen to remain and to keep his professional activity. And so let's hear it from the man, Mr. Thibaut Garivier.
Mais ça enregistre là? Bienvenue chez moi pour la série Inside the Run et découvrez les coulisses du trail. Ici on est à un petit village juste au-dessus d'Annecy, collé au Semnoz, donc vraiment c'était une volonté, c'est idéal pour s'entraîner. Là on arrive dans le garage, donc bien sûr toutes les chaussures à choisir selon les conditions aérologiques, le tapis juste ici, toute récente acquisition pour courir quand le petit sera là. J'essaie de courir 4 à 5 fois par semaine, ça dépend des périodes. Après j'essaie de caler une séance de renfo et après je vais essayer de faire 1 ou 2 sorties de vélo. Après je cours rarement plus de 5 fois par semaine parce que aujourd'hui le numéro 1 ça reste quand même la médecine parce que c'est la majeure partie on va dire de ma charge mentale. Après on s'est partagé entre la vie à 2 et à 2 et demi parce que justement on attend un petit avec Charlotte et puis le trail, l'entraînement que j'essaie de faire toujours le plus sérieusement possible. Je fais du trail pour faire de la compétition, moi c'est ce qui m'anime. J'adore m'entraîner, mais j'adore me confronter, j'adore faire la course et je me prépare pour être performant, donc c'est vraiment ce qui a le plus de sens dans ma pratique. La décision d'abandon, elle s'impose un peu à moi parce que 1er ou 2 août, quand je tombe et je me casse les côtes, et à 1 mois de l'objectif, c'est exactement le pire moment pour que ça arrive. J'ai pris le départ blessé, donc c'était un choix assumé, mais sur la course, j'ai couru 3-4 heures. Ça a toujours été des sensations vraiment catastrophiques. Ça peut pas aller mieux, quoi. Là, c'est vraiment la douleur physique et l'impact sur la santé qui m'a fait arrêter. Mais j'ai vu que j'étais pas capable de le faire. À ce moment-là, j'en étais pas capable. Il y avait quand même vraiment de la déception le matin au lever. C'était un peu un objectif sur ces 2-3 dernières années. À ce moment-là, je suis avec Charlotte, je suis avec Patrick à l'hôtel, donc mon coach. J'ai besoin de prendre le temps, de me recentrer. Et là, pour ça, Charlotte, c'est sûr que vu qu'elle partage ma vie, c'est quand même la meilleure personne pour trouver les bons mots et puis faire relativiser. Puis il y a Patrick qui est quelqu'un de très réfléchi et qui m'a apporté beaucoup de recul et de calme et avec qui tout de suite j'ai eu envie de rebondir, de penser à la suite. Je suis au départ de l'UTMB en 2025 pour poursuivre cette belle histoire avec cette course qui m'anime tant et j'ai l'impression qu'il y a quand même une histoire, encore une belle histoire à écrire. Voilà, c'est la fin de cette vidéo Inside the Run. C'est un plaisir de vous accueillir chez moi et vous pouvez retrouver toute la série pour tous les athlètes sur les réseaux.
Yeah, there we go. Took us a bit of time to get our mics back, but we are here still, mouthful and all smiles to follow the rest of this Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. And the pressure is still on from the German runner. Dominic still chasing like a demon to try and take the first place away from Mattia Bertoncini, but Mattia so far is responding, giving everything he's got. He can't give up the big W, so close to the finish. So we're in for a hell of a fight. Let's hear if we can.
No, Mattia is in second. This is our first lead. This is our man.
Oh,
we missed it.
How could they?
There was a cross.
How could they do this to us? And pass during the break.
It's like Dominic is your race leader. Fireworks.
I'm heartbroken, but I can still do fireworks.
Dang. Wait, how did you do that? I need to do that.
Daddy's got skills.
Oh, okay. I don't know. There we go. You got it. Confetti for our winner. Man, what a race. Dominic has paced himself so well to be able to make a move like that in the final 2 kilometers of a race of this distance is insane.
And look even behind him. Like, there's about 200 meters now and no sign of Mattia. So actually, we're excited because there's some drama. That's what we wanted since the beginning. But I'm actually starting to worry for Mattia because he must be really cooked.
Yeah, it would be really interesting to see where he is. I mean, getting past at this point in the race is really quite hard mentally, so it will be interesting to see how he responded to that, because if you're already in a hard place and you get past at this point, to come back from that and to respond is almost impossible.
I think, yeah, it's almost like the attempt to respond is to just keep surging ahead to avoid the passing. And I guess when the passing happens in that scenario, it's because you literally end up with nothing in the tank, and then the pass happens, and then you're like, you just see it unfold, but you've got nothing left to respond.
Yeah.
So, I mean, hopefully I'm wrong, and we can see a fight back from Mattia. But wow, what a move!
Yeah, what a move.
And we missed it. I can't believe we missed it. Gutted.
Maybe they've got live replay for us. Live replay.
Yes, please, the studio, because they would have
one of those very cool slow motions, you know.
Yeah, and look
Very,
at
very
Dominic
impressive.
just tiptoeing up that steep climb. That's pretty cute little street up in between the chalets and the mazos.
Yeah. If they are aware enough to look up, it's very cute. But I'm pretty sure at that point in the race, he's head down, focused. And our women's race leader, she is still absolutely cruising. Poles are out. I think she knows what's coming. She knows this course, so she knows she's heading into a pretty long climb and a pretty steep climb. So she's got her poles out. She's getting ready for that.
Oh, wow. And we just saw Mattia, and he is really far back now. Oh.
It'll be interesting to see if he holds off Anders, to see if Anders was anywhere close behind Dominic. If he managed to hold on at all, then Mattia's, in trouble of even being passed by Anders. But we don't know. We'll have to wait to see.
Yeah. Like, I was joking that Mattia might be doing the popcorn, but this is, we're gonna have a whole bag of popcorn exploding on the hill. So he's still running, but yeah, that's gonna be exactly that is what's got to be on his mind. As you were saying, he's like, all right, well, first he's gone because Dominic just flew past him and already put in like 400 meters on him. And Dominic is scared. He's looking, but he has no sight of Mattia at that point. But it's more, yeah, will I be able to like hold off third place? 1.1 K to go.
Smiling.
Smiling, but working it. What a race strategy for the German runner. Perfectly executed, finished with plenty in the tank to put a laced surge and come taken away. And look at him. He can't believe, like, he must be like, Mathias must be right there, but he's not. And in a matter of 5-6 minutes, he's put on a huge gap on Mattia, and he's put himself in a very safe position to hold on to first. Wow. Well done.
Yeah. I mean, we were commenting on how well Mattia was pacing himself earlier in the race, but I think Dominic has just proven that a slower start is not always a bad thing. And in a race like this, where you're going over such diverse terrain, the technicality of it, that long descent, I think him having a slightly more conservative start to the race has absolutely proven to be a very smart move, because he has just managed to pull off an incredible pass with 2 kilometers to go. And that is just not something that happens in trail races that often. So it's amazing to see him race so smartly and so tactically, and to put on a show like this for us. I think it's very, very exciting.
That is indeed super exciting to see him come out, because again, on paper, the UTMB index was different between these two gentlemen, and Mattia had on paper a better one, so he was supposed to be strongest. But again, the way Dominic handled his race plan was textbook. It was perfect.
Yeah. Here we have our second woman heading into the Lautier aid station. So it'll be great to get that timing point there so that we can see the difference. But earlier on in the screen, I don't know if you saw, but there was about 3.3 kilometers between our leading woman, Candice Fertin, and Judith Meskes in second. So it'll be great to get a time on that to see what that looks like. Because as said previously, our only time point that we had was at Pinden, and that was about 5 minutes. So let's see what that looks like now.
She's looking for someone. And it looks like her crew's not there.
Crew's not there.
Oh no, it seems like she's just on her own. Hard to tell. But yeah, the guesstimation was 15 minutes.
T'as tout ce qu'il faut? Oh, it's okay?
Yeah. I have a big blister. Open my bottle.
16 minutes.
Pardon.
16 minutes. So we were about right.
Hey, not bad.
I don't know. Yeah, there we go. I don't know if you heard, but it sounds like she has quite a big blister, which is never great, especially if you've been running such a long descent. But hopefully she can manage that. You know, she's got a couple Ks left to the finish line. Uphill running is a little bit easier when you've got a blister than downhill running, which seems to rub it way worse. So hopefully this final bit won't be too painful for her and she can manage to get to that finish line without too much damage. But yeah, back with Mattia here. He is power hiking that final stretch to that finish line. And we are just waiting in anticipation. Yeah, just to see if we can spot unders. He knows he's close. He knows he's close, and honestly, that's the hardest part. To know you're so close and yet you're suffering so much. It's a really hard mental game, and Francesco Pupi said it about Lavaredo, but a lot of what ultra running is just having these mental negotiations with yourself on like how much suffering you can handle before the finish line. And I think Mattia is having very hard conversations with himself right now.
Yeah, and you see the gap now between these two gentlemen. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So Dominic is almost out of the climb. One last section, and then he'll be running in the streets of Verbier Saint-Bernard. And in the meantime, Candice Fertin is still moving super well. She will not see that win be taken away from her. There is no chance with a 16-minute lead and the way she's running right now that anybody is going to come and worry her. She could actually get lost, have a sandwich, a cheese sandwich, because we're in Switzerland, go pet a cow, and still manage to get to the finish line in first. And you can see here now, Dominic is also going through a bit of a low patch. But that's the thing, like he's made such a surge and he's got such a gap. That same, like he can afford it. And if I were him, I would be chilling just to make sure you regroup yourself. And if you catch a sight, you just sprint and you pull away.
I mean, you've also got to look composed when you cross the finish line. So take a moment or two when you can, so that you can pull yourself together, pull yourself towards yourself, splash some water on your face. And so when you cross that finish line, the photos look slick. because this is a big moment for him. I mean, winning a race at a UTMB event is no small feat, and he has put on such a show for us today. I think he is going to be very, very proud of this, and you want the photos to show that. You want a good memory.
Yeah. So then it's you looking good, and it's also which photographers are on the finish line, because sometimes you can look good, but these photographers make sure that you don't.
You got
and then you look like
downward stride photo.
With your face just all melting down. All right, thanks for nothing, guys. I worked my ass off to get to that point, to get the win, and then you ruined it.
Rude. Well, he's made it up that hill. He is up in the village, and he has probably around 500 meters to go. You can see the finish line in that drone shot there. He is on his way to winning this thing after a masterclass in pacing.
Yeah, absolutely. He's getting there. He's probably hearing the finish line as well. And man, when you can smell the bar and you're like, all right, this is it. You can just switch off, regardless of how much you're hurting. You break into a little bit of a stride. You want to make it there. You want to get it done. Bring it home.
Yeah.
And Mathieu, as you can see, he's on the road down below. Still quite a bit of climbing to do. Let's see if we can.
And here we go.
Hear it. So far, it's still pretty quiet. We're going to transition onto the finish line audio and let you at home experience the magic of that finish line at the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB. One final look behind, and now we can see the smile is breaking.
Oui, y a pas de mal. C'est la course, ouais. C'est quoi, c'est 45, le 42. Ouais, le deuxième. Donc, il était premier.
Well, it looks like Dominic is fluent in French. This is from Germany.
Coming in hot, and here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. We've got the first camera coming in. Who's lost his runner, it seems. The cameraman thought he was coming. Have you lost him?
Ah, il est juste derrière toi, il a fait le tour. Tu vas le voir débarquer dans quelques secondes face à toi. Allez, on peut commencer à faire du bruit, on peut commencer à applaudir. On rond-point les quelques mètres à venir.
Let's give him the welcome he deserves.
Where is he in the club?
Here he comes,
there we go.
And he comes in.
And there he is, ladies and gentlemen. Chris Verbier, ecstatic, coming into the town of Verbier Saint-Bernard to take the win as the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard 50K. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Dominic going right now. What a race. Ooh, are we going to see tears?
C'est une victoire éclatante pour l'Allemand Dominic Oldtimer.
Oh wow, 2 screens and 2 different scenarios. Oof.
Our Italian runner will be coming in just shortly, ladies and gentlemen. Just hold it, hold fire. Mattia Bertoncini coming in hot. To our friend Dominic, who's just taken the first place, overtook just on the last climb, literally 20 minutes ago. David on for the rest, come on. Big round of applause.
There we go, Tony. He's getting that photo. That's going to be a goodie.
He's getting his photo. Absolutely. What a race. He deserves it.
Et vous allez rester avec nous puisque le deuxième va arriver dans quelques instants. Il s'est fait doubler dans la dernière difficulté. Seulement quelques minutes d'écart entre le premier et le deuxième. Restez bien sûr.
He says, oh yeah, stick around, the second place is about to finish. He didn't get the memo. Someone is still on that finish line. We have eyes on him, and that's going to be probably a solid 3, 4, 5 minutes. But so far, hats off to Mattia. Even though he's hitting the wall extremely hard, so far he's still holding on to second place.
Yeah, this is the final test for him, the final wall that he has to climb before he hits that village, and he will have seen it, he will be hearing it. He is absolutely suffering these final kilometers. As it's been said in the chat, the mental side of these last few kilometers are always so hard. And he is having a battle right now. But he's holding on to his second place, and I think there's every possibility that he is going to hold on to it. We haven't seen any view of unders, and he keeps looking over his shoulder. He seems pretty content to keep moving at the pace he's moving. So, you know, I think we have got our second place man here. He's just got a couple more meters to go. 600 meters. If I'm not mistaken, though, that was Under's fiance running down. So maybe he's closer than we think.
Ah, il vient de se rendre compte que le troisième est juste derrière lui.
Oh, he said apparently the third one is creeping up on him. Oh, yo, yo. Is it gonna happen? Mattia is trying to push on his legs as much as he can, trying to hike up the hill, looking at his watch. Probably he has the GPX file, so he knows how far he is from, or how close now he is from the finish line. Maybe a final surge. Is he going to be able to respond and hold on to second?
Yes,
or are we going to see Anders Haga pass him so late in the race to take away his second place?
In the last kilometre, the last 2 kilometres, what was going through your head?
Yeah, always looking back and hope nobody come. Yeah, it's a dream come true. I had a lot of work for this victory, but yeah, it's awesome.
A lot of work, and the work pays, clearly. You stayed calm all day, second position for most of it. At what point did you actually think that you could push into first?
Yeah, I'm going slow at the first part at 3,000 meters of elevation. I was going not so high, and then pushing down, and the last uphill it's all out.
It's all out, ladies and gentlemen. Dominica, winner of the Verbier Marathon. Give it up, come on.
And while your champion celebrates his win, we have got a battle on our hands for second and third. Anders Haga, he is really not far behind here. I imagine he's maybe got, not far. Not far to second, and I think he knows it. He's pushing. Oh my gosh, they're so close together.
I can't stand it. Mattia is so close. He started running around the... this is going to be a sprint. Right my lord. This is it. He's going for the final push. Mattia is looking again. He's going to try and pass. Hold on to it. And there's nothing he can do. Ladies and gentlemen, no, he is actually responding. Good. It is down to how much you're wanting to hurt. Because at this point, even if somebody's passing, you know they're hurting more than you. But this is done. The thing is, it's never done until it's done. He could be. I was gonna say he could be cramping, but nah. Wow. He did it. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from Norway, Anders Haga I don't think he would have believed that he would have made one spot on the flat, even though that man skills lays on the technical ground. And Mattia Bertoncini giving everything he's got. And there you go, final look over his shoulder. He can finally relax. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place in the men's race at the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB 50K. Coming from Norway, Anders Haga, representing Team VJ. And finally, representing Team New Balance coming from Italy, almost leading from end to end, but in the last stage did not have enough to hold on to first. But still, congrats for a hell of an effort and never giving up, Mattia Bertoncini.
Mattia Bertoncini.
Dang. We asked for fireworks and we got fireworks.
Wow, we even got more than we thought. But cramps are coming. This is gonna fall apart pretty bad. But we gotta say, there was this race scenario where Mattia was in the lead, and you could feel obviously disappointment from losing that in the later stage. But when you look at his pre-race interview, like, he wanted to come here to do a podium, and he got it. He got the podium. He got the automatic entry into next year's OCC. So, when he's going to be doing the aftermath and strip down the emotion from it, I think he still can be super proud of what he's done today.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, having trained now, having trained for this race, I think he will be proud of it. He raced really hard, and sometimes when you go out hard, it doesn't work out in the end. And as much as he didn't manage to hold on to the position that he was going for, obviously the win, he still had a really good race. He still held on to that position for the majority of the race. He led the way up until the last aid station, until the last 2 kilometers. So I think he can be super proud of this effort.
Dominique had a letter from Germany.
Yeah. And then even his coach, Stephanie Jimenez, who's one of the old timers like me, and used to be in the Salomon team, and now is coaching a lot of young athletes, and doing extremely well. If she's listening, hello, Steffi. And we're back with the women's race, and our second place in that women's race, still cruising. And you were right, like, she makes it look like she's doing well, and she's just cruising. It's just that today Candice Fertin was a level above, but Judith Merskers is still doing extremely well here in second place.
I think we've even got our third lady, Hélène Delmet, through the Lourtier aid station. So she went, she was actually only 1 minute back from Judith. So we've got a fight on our hands for second and third in the women's race as well.
Beauty. That's what we want.
That's what we want. That's what we like to see.
One that will... Go ahead.
In this situation, though, we might not see quite so dramatic a finale. I think we're going to see maybe a second and third battle, but I think we can pretty safely say that Candice has this one in the bag.
Yes, that would be an easy bet. Oh, look who's here. America. Anthony Costales in... I didn't say that. I was going to say it, and I was like, oh shit, we're live. Anthony Costales coming in 4th place and still tiptoeing on that long climb. He's getting to the end of it. So he also had a pretty good back end of the race. And I think he's going to be absolutely stoked to have had wrapped up his race in successful form. I don't know if he was coming here for the automatic entry into the UTMB World Series final. But then again, sometimes they take more than top 3, depending on the UTMB index that the top runners are achieving. So let me explain this to you. So if there's a race which has an average level. Oh no, we're actually going to listen to Anders for his finish line interview, and then I'll explain to you that system.
How was the night? How was it? You had a lovely moon out there. Do you have a good run overnight?
I think he asked if you had a good run overnight. I think there was a bit of a mistake with probably another runner.
Just to remind us, okay, so this morning, at what point did you actually think it was possible to overtake and come into second place?
3 minutes before the finish line. I was all alone in the last uphill and just fighting to get up. It was that was the main motivation. The legs were so destroyed after a long downhill and flat running. And when I saw him 100, 200 meters in front of me, I found some new energy, so it was fun.
Absolutely fantastic. Do you have any other objectives coming on this summer? Is this it for you? After this type of second place, are you going into bigger and better things?
I'm hoping to run the World Championship in Cannes in September. So waiting for the selection for Norway for that. And other than that, no other plans.
Well, listen, good luck with that. Selection for Norway would be absolutely fantastic after this second place at the Verbier Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, Anders Haga.
Allez, applaudissements pour le deuxième du Verbier Marathon, Anders Haga.
And there we go. We had the interview with the second place runner in this 50K. We might have an interview with Mattia if he's still alive, but we won't hold it against him if he wanted to find some shade and relax and gather himself. I'm sure Andrea will be at the finish line looking after him. And so now, all eyes are on the women's race, and Judith Meskers is so far holding on to second place, but as you were stating, Tony, there was a mere minute between her and third place at the last aid station. Hélène Delmé from Belgium is chasing, and so we might have a bit of a battle as well. Although I gotta say, for once, the men's really delivered.
Yeah, I would say that is very accurate. But hopefully we can get some eyes on our third lady as well, as she apparently is not super far behind Judith here, so it would be great to get some eyes on her there. But very happily watching Judith absolutely cruise here. She's looking very smooth. And our American Antonika Starles is coming into the finish line here in fourth position.
Rocking that now infamous ACG long sleeve top that has made so much talk and memes during Western States.
Oh yeah, my best was the little pouches that you get mangoes in. It's like a little protective film. That's what I've been seeing. I mean the doilies too, of course, but a little protective mango film.
Yeah, that was spot on.
Candice here, she's got 3.2 kilometers to go before she gets to Verbier, and she finishes this race. 43 kilometers, 3,200 meters of climbing, and finishing with a nice little punchy 600-meter climb up to Verbier at the finish line. An interesting way to finish a race, a tough way to finish a race, especially after such a long descent and that long flat section through the valley on road and dirt roads. So she is looking smooth. She's still running really well.
Look at that.
Yeah.
She's playing Pac-Man with some of the mains. It's just, I mean, for me, it makes so much sense to have poles when you have such steep climbs. And look, she's moving so well, so light on her feet. She still has lots of strength in her legs because she used those poles to propel her way up. Team, quick break, and then we'll be right back for the finish of the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
All right, team, once again, we're back following the women's race, going just past the paragliding landing, because that's also something you can do in those beautiful mountains of Switzerland. However, if you are a Swiss citizen or resident, you do need a pilot license to do so, as opposed to being in France, where you can pretty much buy one and jump from any mountain. Obviously, we do not recommend you to do this at home, because yeah, that's gonna lead to no good. Here we go, final hard turn. She's getting into that really big climb. Still a wee ways to go, but again, making good use of those poles. Man, and in the meantime, Candice, the machine, is firing on all cylinders on their dirt road, and she's moving well. Yeah.
Great to get a little overview of where they are on the course, with Candice about 3 kilometers, I think, to the finish line, and Judith a little ways back, but yeah, at the start of that final climb up to Verbier at the finish line.
So now the $1 million question is, how far is third place?
Oh yeah, I think I hope we get some more excitement.
Yeah, Helen
Or at
Delmy
least
has
some eyes.
Helen Delmy from Belgium has been also creeping up. And at the last aid station, if you're only joining us now, was just a minute back. Just a minute back from Judith Meskers. And so on some of these sections, she might even catch a glimpse of Judith. And so then the question will be, is Judith will be made aware that Helen is charging and closing the gap so she can try and respond before, as we saw it with Mattia, before that gap is just too small that it's just irreparably going to be bridged.
Oof. And according to the website and the route, apparently this section has been made easier for this race because the other races go up what they call a wall, and the marathon takes a slightly more gentle section. But the way Candice is using those poles up here, I fear to think what the other way up to Verbier looks like, because this looks pretty darn steep to me.
Yeah, if that's the easy route, like, did they put like ice axe part of the military equipment for the other races to climb your way up to Verbier?
Yeah, I mean, some of those sections go up to 20%. So, the other section must be really steep. She's got 2.5 Ks to go before she gets to that finish line, where she will be the first woman to finish today at the Verbier Marathon.
And almost climbing 1,200 meters an hour at the end of a 43K race is pretty solid as well. Yeah, Candice is on another level today, and doesn't take anything away from the rest of the competition. But yeah, this is a statement for Candice.
Ouais, c'est bon aussi.
And I think next year will be her first race at a UTMB final. I don't think she's raced at a OCC yet, so it'll be exciting to see how she does there. I think she's proven today that she's incredibly strong. She's an incredibly strong uphill runner and apparently a very strong downhill runner too, if she made such a big gap on second here. But yeah, very exciting to see her take on OCC next year.
Yep, indeed.
Judith looking over her shoulder, probably to look for second actually, but also potentially just admiring the view and where she's come from. Really such a beautiful area, and I definitely recommend anyone who can get there to go and check it out, because yeah, we've been treated to some incredible views today, and it's definitely an area for an outdoor lover.
It is definitely the place to be when you're hanging out in the beautiful Swiss Alps. But then, yeah, she was looking over her shoulder because, yeah, the last aid station, there was about a minute difference between them two. But maybe that was coming into the aid station, as you pointed out, because it looks like there was no one to be seen behind her. She didn't seem worried to see anyone creeping up on her, so maybe she's in the safe. Well, she's still smiling. It's good. That's a good sign.
Yeah. I mean, she was also alone at that aid station. She didn't have crew with her, so maybe it was at the exit, because she did take a little bit of time there. I feel like we might have seen someone enter, the third lady enter, if there was only a minute at the entry point.
True. Yeah.
So maybe it was placed at the exit. We can't be sure, and we won't be sure until we get eyes on third place. But for now, we will happily watch Candice cruise up this hill.
Allez, la nouvelle arrivée ici du côté de la finish line avec notre Italien Massimo Farfos qui vient d'en terminer à la 5e place.
Fifth place in the men's race.
Est-ce qu'on est capable de faire encore un petit peu plus de bruit pour le 5e du Verbier Marathon?
What's the noise, ladies and gentlemen, for Massimo?
Let's take a look at that. We've got 5 runners who have come through. So Candice is currently sitting in 16th overall.
And she's playing Pac-Man, that's for sure. I'd be curious to see how many more people she passes on the way up to that finish line.
Or we saw her pass one guy who was Solomon, so I don't know how many we missed, because I think it was maybe Theo Verbier from France, who is written as BCVS Mount Salomon team. She is, as you said, definitely creeping up the overall ranking. And considering how close she's getting to the finish line, I can't imagine that there's that many men ahead. Not that we need to compare, there's two different races, but it's good that she's rattling a few cages, making people experience getting chicked.
Gotta love it.
Voilà le premier Suisse de l'épreuve, Dimitri Bussard, qu'on annonçait tout à l'heure en 5e position, qui a eu...
We've got Dimitri Bussard finishing currently. He was one of our top 3 men who took the race out very hard right at the beginning of the day.
Yeah, and actually one that we don't see anymore in the rankings is Verbier Marquis, actually.
Yeah, the last I checked he was maybe 11th or 12th.
Swiss of the day, ladies and gentlemen.
But yeah, not sure what happened there.
Well, he dropped.
Okay.
He dropped in Lourtier at the aid station.
Okay.
Hopefully he's okay, but yeah, that happens.
Yep, sometimes it's just not your day and things don't go the way you want. And you've got to be able to make that call, and it's never an easy call to make. I don't envy anyone who's ever had to make that call because, yeah, it's hard to know what the right thing to do is.
Yeah. So 1.7 kilometers between first and second. And when it's that steep, it certainly means a lot of time. You can see it, like that's a much better gauge of the difference between them two. A world truly. Candice in 20 to 25 minutes possibly will make it to Verbier to claim the win. It will take probably another 35 to 40 minutes for Judith Meskers to make it to that line. And you can see how brutal that last part is. And yeah, how thankful I'm sure they are for the poles that they've been carrying in along.
Oh, yeah. It's also very cool to see all of the people in the chat shouting out their family members, their friends who are taking on this race today. It's always good to see people in the chat cheering on each other and cheering on their friends. So keep it up. I can tell you right now that it makes a difference. People out there really appreciate the support. So show the love, and yeah, let's get your runners home.
Let's do it.
You were talking just a little bit before, I think, Anthony Castales finished, I think, about the UTMB index and how athletes can qualify with their index scores. Maybe we can revert back to that and just chat a little bit about that.
Thank you. Very good point, Tony. So the way it happens is that the top three get top 3 men and women in all the 50K, 100K, and 100-mile distances. They're guaranteed to be selected and have their automatic entry into the next year's UTMB World Series final in the corresponding distance. Now, the UTMB World Series recognizes that when the field is extremely stacked, they want to show appreciation of the effort that all the runners have provided. And so, if a runner finishes with a high enough UTMB score, but in outside of the top 3, they will still get their automatic entry. And then there's a quick break coming up, but we'll find the scores and we'll be able to give them to you after the break. So you got to stay with us.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Cardio est bon, parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cette heure.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
And we're back. We are back. We are back. We are waiting for our lead lady to come up into Verbier. Candice Vertin from France, the New Balance athlete, has absolutely led from start to finish today. What an incredible race she's had. And she has 2 kilometers to go. Not even 2 kilometers to go.
Okay.
1.7 kilometers to go before she finishes the race. And we've got Judith just playing Pac-Man a little bit with some athletes who are cramping a little.
Fabian Fuchs de la Suisse.
In 7th position, our second Swiss of the day, Fabien, coming in. Well done, Fabien.
There we go. Finally, like that went silent for a bit because I can't do 2 things at once. Only ladies can. But I finally found it. The score that needs to be achieved on an event that is part of the UTMB World Series, and if you end up being outside of the top 3, but shown that you've scored extremely high, oh man, if that was me, I would have dunked entirely. I would have taken a big dive into that fontaine, a whole body, like just like you lean back.
Down you go. That's like Western States vibes.
Yeah,
yeah. A little blow-up pool with some
kiddie
ice.
pool.
Perfect.
So here, let's use an example. Here we are watching the 50K. So Anthony Costales was 4th, so therefore he's out of the podium. Only the podium is a guaranteed entry into UTMB World Series. However, if Anthony Costales scores higher than 830 of UTMB score at this race, then he will also punch his automatic entry into UTMB World Series for next year. So and it goes down. Like if the top 10 score above 8:30, they actually do qualify as well. So it shows that if you're not in the top 3, but you're still gunning for an automatic entry into UTMB World Series, well, you should still race hard because there is possibly a chance if you were strong enough and you could score 8:30 that you can get in. And so for the women, it is 680 for the 50K. And then I stay with the women category. If you're on the 100K, it's 660. And on the 100-mile, it's 600. And then in the men's, it's 830 in the 50K, 800 in the 100K, and 760 in the 100 miles. So there you go. And it is on the UTMB .world/runners/elite finals. And this is where you can find all this information.
Yannick Goud qui va prendre la 8e place de ce Verbier marathon. Lui aussi dans un excellent temps de 5h12.
And there we go.
She can see the finish line. It is right there. She has one final little punchy climb before she gets to that arch where she gets a medal around her neck and the title of champion of the Verbier Marathon in 2025.
Unlimited bragging rights. Cheese fondue for life.
If we were in South Africa, she would have been handed a beer, but I'm not sure that happens around here. She might get handed a saucisson or some cheese. I don't know.
A little 1 10 centiliter glass of white wine could do it. In case you haven't been cramping just yet, that will.
Yeah. One way to get yourself really drunk really quickly.
Instant full body cramping.
Oh my gosh. I don't think there's anything worse.
Oof, yeah. That would be a bad idea. But look at her go. Still head down, jogging up the hill.
Yeah, wow. Super, super impressive from her today. Still playing Pac-Man. Oh,
yep.
That's a camera runner.
It is though, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all eyes are on Candice right now. We've got a front view, we've got a back view. Our camera runners are all dedicated to the women's race at this point. And Judith still pushing the pace. I think it would be interesting. It would be fun to look at the splits for the very last section, because Judith seems to be moving really well, and so I wonder like how much of a difference there was between Candice and Judith on that last section. There's a bit of a struggle to see who needs to stand where on that finish line, but there we go. You have your top man in this 2025 Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB 50K. Again, coming in first after hell of a final surge, Dominic Hohenleitner, followed by Anders Haga with the final push in the last 300 meters to just take away the second place from Mattia Bertoncini, who ended up in the third spot of the podium.
This is a great race for Candice. I think she's had a bit of a tumultuous past 2 years. You know, she was injured last year with a bone edema. And this year she hasn't actually raced all that much. She did the Mont Blanc Marathon vertical. And last year the Trail du Drôme. But other than that, she hasn't raced all that much in the past 2 years. So this is going to be a great race for her to kind of kickstart the trail running season for her. I think she spent a lot of time on skis in winter. So it's great to see her have such an amazing result here. I think this is going to give her a lot of confidence going into the rest of the year. I'm not sure what her objectives are, whether that's probably going to be trying for the French national team or... No, she probably won't be actually, because that was happening this weekend, I think.
Yes. Although
Long trail was happening.
Yeah, no, you're right. Short and long we're happening this weekend, and actually only 2 people were already qualified as those who had the European mountain running titles, and that was not Candice, because it was Clémentine Geoffrey.
Yep. So then I would be very interested to see what she's going to do the rest of the season. Riding the high off of this, I think she could be very dangerous at whatever start line she decides to toe next.
Yeah. Maybe I can try and find that out for you.
Both of these women are still moving super well, despite, I imagine, what is quite hot. And some of these sections, despite being a little bit shady, I think are also quite exposed. So we saw Candice earlier dipping her hat in the water and getting some water on her face and drinking something from the fountain. So I think it's definitely getting hot out there, and I'm sure that they are feeling that. So hopefully they have fluids on them, and if not, they've only got about 3 kilometers to go until they hit that finish line, where hopefully they get handed something other than a little pint. I mean, a little thimble of white wine.
You seem to be very worried about being handed over a pint at the finish line. Don't bring it up too much, otherwise, I could mission a few people to do that. No.
Some nice cold water, I'm sure, will be very, very welcome.
Actually, I'm afraid you won't have a chance, because crossing the line at UTMB World Series final, you are handed over sealed bottles for doping control, so you don't really get a choice when it comes to the beverage you can process on the line, and this is all part of the protocol that we're actually happy that takes place. And I was actually taking a quick look at the chat, and Dids is asking if the live tracking not working. So we've had issues earlier, especially at the high point, at the Cabane Panussière. It didn't seem like they were able to send the splits from the runners going through. So if you're waiting for a runner, don't freak out. They are most likely still in the race, but that checkpoint didn't quite register, which we understand. It's at a point where there's a massive section before and a long section after. But yeah, bear with us. And just keep an eye on it. And as soon as they get to the last aid station in Lourtier, exactly, 34.1k into the race, then this is where usually the split time start working again.
We've got eyes on our third lady, Hélène Delmé. She is on that climb, she doesn't look like she's far behind Judith, actually. I feel like Judith has just been through this, so if there's maybe a minute or two between them, I would be surprised.
Oof. And it looks like she has seen better days.
She's looking after herself. Like we were saying, it's very easy to forget to eat and drink when you're using poles, so at least she's remembering to hydrate. I think, like we were saying, the section's pretty exposed and
Yeah.
very easy to forget to do that. But great to see eyes on her. I think this is going to be a very exciting interaction between second and third. I really don't think they're very far apart.
Although I don't know, just trying to read the body language here. She's just trying to look for the next climb up, like for the next switchback. As much as you say, like she is still aware enough to be looking after herself and drinking. It looks like she's trying to make her way up, but I don't feel like she's running with the purpose or an intention to try and close on Judith. So I might be mistaken, but yeah, look, I don't know exactly what she's up to. And there she is, ladies and gentlemen. She is in the streets of Verbier, your soon-to-be champion. And she's gonna be with a big smile on her face. She actually pulled it off by leading from wire to wire. She can hear the finish line, and let's put it up to...
Yes, bro. Good race. Come on, guys, let's pick it up. A big round of applause for Candice, who's coming around the corner now.
Allez, la voilà sur les images.
Two left-hand turns, and she will be right there in the finishing line.
Montrez que vous êtes là, que vous l'attendez, que vous la félicitez. Allez, on monte encore un petit peu plus. Allez, tout le monde est en l'air.
As we were saying, Tony, this is a massive comeback for her, and she's done it in the best possible way. Ladies and gentlemen, coming from front in New Zealand, here is the UTMB winner for the 2025 edition, Candice.
Magnifique Candice qui avait fait deuxième sur le marathon ici de Verbier en 2020.
And here Andrea is absolutely stoked. I'm pretty sure he's crying behind his glasses, but he won't admit it. He is a man behind so many of the New Balance athletes, and he cares so much and provides so much for them. This is definitely a good person in our trail running community. And here Candice is celebrating with, I guess, what do you think, Tony? Her folks, maybe?
Bien sûr, sur UTMB, 7e sur l'OCC. On peut la voir briller sur les KV, sur les courses directes, mais aussi
And I don't know if you can recognize that voice, but Ludo Collet has made it to the line to welcome Candice.
A well-deserved victory, a well-deserved celebration.
Absolutely, she earned it fair and square. She was just a notch above her competition today. I think we're gonna have a interview. Yeah. And it was good to see Mattia still there in the finishing line to congratulate her as well.
Yeah.
As much as he was probably overcooked, he was still there to celebrate the win of her teammate. And there we go. Wow, we've blown the confetti for Candice Fertin. In second place, still Judith Meskers, originally from the Netherlands, but living in Switzerland now.
and maybe 25, 30 minutes from the finish line.
We got 2Ks. Yeah.
2Ks and a bit of climbing, so yeah, we'll see. But I'm gonna guess around 30 minutes to get to that finish line, which means Candice has definitely managed to pull a gap there. She really worked hard, and you know, at one point we saw it was about 1.5 Ks between the two, and it just shows you on a climb like that, 1.5 Ks is whew, it can be quite a
What
bit.
just happened there?
Oh.
Do we have two
Okay.
in the studio?
They're keeping us on our toes.
All right, we
Now
have
we'll
finished
never
an
know.
interview
Ton
with a
tour,
women's
deuxième en 2023,
winner.
aujourd'hui terminé pour la gagne. T'as vécu ça comment?
C'était un beau challenge pour moi parce que j'étais blessée. C'est mon premier dossard en trail depuis 1 an.
So this is my first bib number that I managed to pin in 2 years due to an injury.
Faire un bon chrono et je suis super contente.
And so I came back to this race because she was here in 2023 to score a good time, and I'm very, very happy.
Je vais sur l'OCC et les Templiers.
So she will already be racing OCC this year and Les Templiers after that. So, you know, we were wondering about the back end of her season. There's it.
Candice Vertin.
So, if anyone is following the live feed on the overall rankings, Candice has just finished, Judith is in second, and Helene is in third. But the estimated time to finish is actually very interesting. So go and have a look at that if you haven't already, because in a moment we will come back from the break and see what is happening in the women's second and third position.
Via, c'è tanta gente. Non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion. Le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica. Fa un male cane.
Aïe. Ah, ça va pas du tout cet entrée.
Ce l'ho fatta! È finita!
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
And we are back. We are back here with the third woman in the Verbier Marathon. This is Hélène Delmet from Belgium, and she is estimated at the finish line in 29 minutes, which is interesting because Judith Meskes, who is our current second lady, is actually estimated in 31 minutes. So let's see how accurate this tracking is. We might have a very exciting finish for second and third again. as with the men's race, if you didn't see that, it was an insane finish with an overtake by Andreas Andershager in the last 300 meters. And we might have a similar situation on our hands here. So don't go anywhere, because I think we're about to see some very exciting action.
Yes, indeed, this is getting close. And Ellen is wearing both her poles on with one hand. I don't know if she's got maybe a bit of a stitch or something. She seems to be moving now with a bit more of a purpose that she was earlier. And as you were saying, like, it's close. It is pretty close.
It is close. Oh, you can hear the sound effects there. She's tired. They're both working hard. They've both run what seems to have been a really hard race, and the final bit, as we've said, is always really tough mentally, especially when you can see where you're going, where the end is. To get there always feels like a monumental task, despite the fact that you've already run 41 kilometers.
Vas-y, t'inquiète. C'est bon, c'est bon.
Non, pas ici.
Yeah, those roads are incredibly exposed. I think both of these women will be feeling that heat in a big way at the moment. There we go. 400 meters. 400 meters. Can that gap be closed? I guess we're going to have to wait to see. Who's in the chat? Who do we think is gonna come out here? Let's put your projections in the chat. I'm curious. I know who.
Yes.
I know who I want to see. Well, I know what I want to see, but I'm curious what everyone else thinks. Put your comments in the chat. Who do you think is going to come out on top here? Is it gonna be Judith Meskes holding off that chase and holding on to her second position, or are we going to see an overtake in the final 300 meters again?
This is so close. I don't know. I think. So she stopped as well.
Mm.
Oh, that was a quick sip.
Yeah, that was just
tiny
a
little
mouth
sippy sip.
wetting. But they are not far apart. There we go. First comment. Judith has got this. There we go. Anyone else? Any other predictions?
Come on, get involved. There's absolutely nothing to win. Do it.
The best kind of competition. Nothing to lose, nothing to win. Except maybe bragging rights. And that is something to win, I think.
Continue, Hélène. C'est pas loin devant, hein. Tu donnes tout ce que t'as. Ouais. Allez. C'est super. Allez.
If you had a glimpse of what's going on in the studio, in the background, with the entire team producing this live broadcast, you'd be laughing pretty hard. Everybody is glued behind those screens trying to see who will actually take it out in second place, whether Judith will be able to hold off Hélène. But all of a sudden, we have a representation on the 3D map, and that looks like a whole lot of ground, far more than the 400 meters that we were showed earlier. Yeah, in that case, I would agree with Pyro.
Yeah. Yeah, we will have to wait and see a little bit longer, but it does look like Judith is going to be able to hold off here and take home the second position. She's got less than 1 kilometer to go, less than 1K to go. So yeah, she's almost home.
Almost home. Almost heaven. West Verbier. Man, she still looks like she's having to work quite hard to keep moving.
Yeah, I mean, as you said earlier, she has already raced in the last week. She was in Italy last weekend at a race. So when she arrived here, her goal was to just have fun, just to explore this area. And I mean, if her idea of just having fun and exploring an area is coming second in a pretty competitive race is not a bad day, I don't think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, the minute you get on the podium, all the fun goes out the window, and you're freaking race mode, and you're like drool at the corner of your mouth.
Oh yeah, the feral comes out.
Yes, yes, that's a very accurate term.
I'm sure Helen is also very excited to get to that finish line. She is a mom of 3. So I am assuming that her kids will be at that finish line waiting to welcome her home. Very inspiring. I always think it's amazing to see moms out there. What a great example they show to their kids, you know, to be out there doing these hard things and to podium. I mean, how badass. Yeah. What bragging rights for her kids.
And she was also saying, like, yeah, the kids and her partner are there, but then she apparently left it too late to book the shuttles, and so basically they couldn't get around the course to see her, and so basically her big motivation to make it to the finish line was to get to see them there. So if not for second place, come on, Helen, do it for them. Put your poles on and then hammer it home.
Hammer it home indeed. I mean, she's moving well. It was her poles out like that. She really is. They both are moving extremely well, and I think it's very hard for us to tell who is moving better. But if that graphic on the screen was accurate, I do think that distance might be a little bit too far. But
yeah,
we never know.
Never know. We were expecting some fight at the end, but we did not know. Like, we had no idea what would went down in those streets of Verbier between second place and third place at the time. Dominic Hornleitner, Mattia Bertolcini, and Anders Haga, and how it went down on that very last climb that both Judith Meskers and Elliot Delmy are at the minute. This is going to be called Heartbreak Hill now after this race.
Oh yeah, breaking hearts.
Where dreams go to die.
Yeah, I mean, I was about to say hopefully no breaking spirits, but I guess where dreams go to die works too.
Here we go. I feel like, yeah, Ellen is moving with a purpose, but again, it might just be a bit short for her to close that 400-meter gap on Judith. And so if anybody in Judith's crew, like Pyro, if you're out there in Verbier, get out there. Tell her it's now or never. And also give a hats off to that man with those like pineapple shorts. They're pretty cool.
Oh yeah, nice. Gotta love the trail style. Are those pineapples? Are those? Is that not a sheep?
Oh, are they sheep?
I don't know. Ducks. They're ducks. It's a duck. There we go. We figured it out. The great mystery.
Attention to detail is a necessary skill for these commentary jobs. And it's shrinking. That gap is shrinking. Another 100 meters that has been closed by Hélène Delmé.
Yeah, they are very close together. 300 meters. It's not that much. At the same time, it's a hell of a long way. It's a long distance to close when you're both, suffering a little. So I think we are in for a treat, in for a little bit of excitement. And if you are watching this on a computer, scan your little barcode over there and play to win. We love a little competition. I think all of us are competitive. So enter the competition and let's see what you can win.
Yeah, take a shot because Tony and I, we cannot.
Dang it.
We've been banned from this.
That's upsetting. Although, quite honestly, my luck with lucky draws is always pretty terrible. So I don't even try anymore.
You try out other things where you can actually have control over the outcome. I salute that. Makes total sense.
Yeah, I don't bet on luck so much anymore. But by all means, play. Because if you can win a little something, that's not so bad. Someone.
Oh yeah, and especially.
And it may as well be you.
Yeah, if everybody has this kind of attitude, the one person who's gonna dare doing it, boom, winner, chicken dinner, and here you go.
Yeah.
You get a bib number to the race of your choice. You get HOKA shoes. Unless this is lying to you, but I saw a pair of Sharks headphone, so it's a pretty sweet deal.
That is
Just
a
just
deal.
to scan your. A little barcode, and if you missed it there, go back on the live.utmb.world and the pop-up is there. Ooh, there's a conversation, and Helen is shaking her head.
Allez. Il reste pas grand chose. Super ça. Elle me dira quelque chose une fois la ligne passée, je pense. Come on.
And there we go, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. Judith Merskers is on the final stretch. She breaks into a stride on the streets of Verbier. The flat section has finally arrived, and it's a matter of a minute, 90 seconds at most. And she's going to be crossing the line. She'll be welcomed by Ludo Collet, so she'll have an absolute world-class welcome across the line. It's also good to see that she's finally coming out of the kind of misery of that climb, and she's breaking into a smile.
Candice, elle est là, elle attend, elle a préféré rester au soleil. On va peaufiner le bronzage en attendant la deuxième et la troisième. Elle est là pour les accueillir. Allez, s'il vous plaît, on commence, on vient nous rejoindre sur cette ligne d'arrivée. La deuxième, la troisième qui vont succéder à quelques minutes d'intervalle.
Oh, and that's cheeky, because from there, she can see she almost wants to go left. It's like, nope, you gotta go all the way around the block. And we appreciate that driver who's being cautious and stopped to give them way.
Oui, elle va tenir, c'était pas gagné. She's
got to soak in her victory lap around Verbier as she comes into that finish line. She's had an incredible race today, and she should be very proud of this performance. Hopefully she breaks into a little bit of a smile here as she realizes what she's done, coming in as second woman today at the Verbier Marathon. There it is. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, your second place female today at the Verbier Marathon, Judith Merskers. Woo!
Party on! Oh, and she went for the shade.
Oh, yeah.
Whew.
Third runner, Helen, who's coming in shortly. Judith Mesquez in our second place marathon.
Allez, applaudissements, et maintenant vous avez récupéré vos places le long de la ligne d'arrivée, surtout ne bougez
It
pas.
looks like she took a bit of a tumble, like she's got a bit of scratch on the knee.
Yeah.
Repasser sur le live de la troisième, il y avait 200 mètres d'écart tout à l'heure entre les deux.
Straight for the shade, straight to sit down. She
Yeah.
worked hard on that final climb. She has worked hard for the second position, and she should be very, very proud of that.
Yeah, grit is definitely a good tool to have in the box when you're taking on those races, because you know that eventually you're gonna get to that stage where you're gonna be faced with making a decision. Oh, it's hurting. Do I slow down, or just do I keep my head down? Do I keep pushing through the pain, through the discomfort? And some people, like, even before the start, they just go into that mode, or like, I know that I'm gonna hit that point where it's gonna be painful and uncomfortable, and this is what I chose to do, and this is now. When they hit it, they're like, oh, that was the plan. I'm there. Let's embrace it. And that is so powerful. Like, again, the power of the mind over body and pain, and the body screaming to stop, but you manage to override that safety system.
Yeah.
It's awesome to witness when that happened.
Yeah, absolutely. I think oftentimes we limit ourselves. So when you get to that point and you're able to then push past it, or just sit with that discomfort for a little bit longer than you think is possible, I think you realize that your limits are very much not where you think they are, and that you actually have so much more to give so often. And you have to go there. You have to figure out what that limit is. You have to kind of touch the fire to realize where it is that it's going to burn. And I think it's always a privilege to get to that point, to be uncomfortable and to be able to do that in an environment like this. It's really powerful, and I think both of these women today have gotten close to that fire, and I think they've both come out on top. I mean, a second and third position here at the Verbier Marathon is no small feat, and I think they're going to be pretty dang stoked with this result.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we're about like a couple of minutes away from the finish line, and you described it pretty well. So, like, can I assume you've been there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I've been there more times than I like to admit. But probably the worst of it was CCC last year. I got very close to what I believe is my max. And yeah. It's a very powerful thing to know where you can go to and how much you can endure. Very, very powerful learning. Not sure it's super pleasant, but you learn a lot from it about what you're capable of.
All good things come at a price, and I think if anyone today, Mattia Bertoncini, has gotten that experience and is going to be able to reflect on it and then learn from it and know, like, hey, I've been in this state, I survived, it didn't kill me, so I can do this again and handle it and mentally not feel defeated because of it. So yeah.
Absolutely.
Words of advice, team, take note.
Go do the hard things. You're stronger than you think you are, and Hélène Delmet from Belgium is one of those people as she comes into this finish line today as the third woman rounding out the podium for the Verbier Marathon. Hélène Delmet, what an incredible race she's had.
What a race indeed. And that was, as you were saying, mom of three, they are somewhere here in the crowds. At least they better be. Otherwise somebody's going to get told off. But yeah, what an amazing display of resilience and grit. And I really hope we're going to get a bit of an interview with her on the line.
Allez, on va voir un peloton de la 12e de l'épreuve. Judith Mesquez dans un temps de 5h45 minutes, alors qu'Hélène Delmet en termine en 5h50.
Oh, I thought she was going to go for the saucisson, but no. It was just a table to lean on.
Ça nous a mis en haleine tout le long. On va les laisser récupérer et puis je crois que Rich, c'est toi qui te lance sur l'interview de Judith. Tu parles néerlandais, Richard tu parles néerlandais?
Yes. English all the way. Well, English all the way, but we know that our Dutch, they do speak particularly wonderful English.
And we are waiting for the finish line interview of second place and third place, as we have beautiful Italian tunes playing on that finish line as we oversee the village of Verbier. And you see all these chalets scattered across the mountainside and then the higher ground.
Yeah, picture perfect alpine village. Swiss postcard right there.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Allez, regarde, elle te faut une ovation juste pour toi. Regarde ça.
We are just waiting to see Judith Meskes and Helen Delme's post-race interviews. I think we are all very interested in hearing what they have to say, how their day was. But I assume that they are getting some water, chilling a little. Yeah. Finish line photos, very important.
Congratulations, girls. Such a performance. Very strong out there today.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen, you have it, your top three women. Once again, Candice Vertin, who had like a truly one-woman show all day on the course, followed by Judith Meskes, who managed just to hold off Helen Delme, and these three ladies round up the podium in a fantastic fashion. I really hope we get a bit of an interview, but again, I'm not the one making decisions. And it's probably a good thing, because if it was me making decisions, we'd probably
some
be commentating.
Ones might be made.
Sure enough, they know me. There we go, finish line interview. I don't make the decision, but we get the interview. Let's hear it.
How did the start of the day go this morning when you left?
The start was all right. It was not so warm yet. It was very beautiful. A lot of running on the start. But as soon as you go up and you have the views and you see the glaciers, it's so stunning. It's nice and technical. So yeah, start was good.
Fantastic. And when did you realise that you could hold on to that second place? And did you feel Helen coming up behind you? Were you aware that she was right behind you all the way up that last hill?
Yes. I thought actually she would maybe catch me on the last. I felt very much chased by Helen. Yes.
Well done anyway. You made it into second place at the Verbier Marathon. Ladies and gentlemen, Judith Meskes from Holland.
Applaudissements s'il vous plaît pour la deuxième du Verbier Marathon.
So she knew that Helen was creeping up on her. And Ludo is now looking for Helen, which is funny, but I think we all know where she is with her partner and kids. Business is done now. Let's spend time with the family, and she might have actually snuck out of the finishing area.
Mom duties call. When you're a mom of three, there's no
Je l'ai retrouvée, elle vient vers toi pour l'interview là, sur la ligne.
They managed to bring her back. Well done, well done.
Ça veut dire, attends, la force qu'ils ont mis dans cette course.
Nos Belges, ils sont encore et toujours présents ici dans les événements UTMB. On les adore. On est fans, nous, de la Belgique. Moi, le boulet de frites, je mange quand vous voulez, avec un petit pièce au côté, un petit Jupiler, et je suis fait.
Moi, c'est leur frère. Hélène, quelle course, quelle performance, une magnifique troisième place. Tu as déjà gagné cette année, on a vu ton palmarès. Un magnifique combat aujourd'hui.
Oui, c'était vraiment dur. Le final, c'était vraiment au bout de ma vie.
J'ai vraiment tout donné. C'était un test parce que je participe au championnat du monde en septembre. Donc c'était un test un peu en montagne et c'est dur la montagne par rapport à la Belgique.
So she still lives in Belgium, and she said, like, yeah, that last climb, she felt like she was gonna die. So she gave.
Voilà, c'est comme ça. Je trouve qu'elle a super bien couru et franchement, j'aurais pas su la rattraper. J'étais vraiment à fond. Félicitations à L2 et puis franchement bravo. Après, peut-être que sur les ravitaux, j'étais toute seule, donc peut-être que ça aurait pu jouer aussi de gagner quelques minutes. Mon mari et mes enfants n'ont pas su venir, mais voilà, c'est comme ça.
Écoute, pour la prochaine, en tout cas, félicitations.
Yeah. So she was also saying that that was a good test race for her towards World Champs that she'll be doing in September. And she says, like, man, mountains are hard, especially for us living in Belgium where it's all flat. And then they asked her about Candice and Judith, and she was like, there was no catching them. They were better today, and congratulations to them both. But then obviously I was alone at 8 stations, so maybe if I had crew, I could have had like a couple of minutes like in the bag here and there. But she says like, I just like we just couldn't get organized and make it happen. But as you could see, she was still super stoked, and as we have explained, she is top 3, and therefore punch also her entry into next year's OCC. And Tony, we have a bit of a recap of what went down today.
Indeed. The front men coming through this incredible section here. Oh, early days.
Yes, it was early days indeed, and there on that section, Mattia Bertoncini was still crushing, but he was already being chased by Dominic Hohenleitner and Anders Haga, who really moved well on the technical. And in the women's side, it was a Candice show.
From start to
all the way.
Start to finish. From start to finish, she really held on and showed us why she is ranked like she is. She is an incredibly strong athlete, and she really showed us that today.
Yeah, she did indeed. And then Judith Meskers was already in second position. Actually, yeah, positions in the women's didn't really change. They were quickly established, and then the gaps kind of got maintained a bit. And here Mattia was starting to run on fumes on that last road section. He was moving really fast, but then we saw a pass already from German runner Dominic Hohenleitner, because even the look, we saw it, Tony, like the look, the way he was running, how smooth he was, like, wow, he's going to be creeping up. And there he was at the 8th station, coming in second after already passing Anders Haga. And then he was chasing hard Mattia Bertoncini, while Mattia was actually starting to fade.
Yeah. At that point, we could see it. He was slowing down. He wasn't moving as well uphill. And Dominic just had great spirits, and I think that made all the difference. And, Candice still showing why she is a top-ranked athlete. Coming back from injury, she absolutely had an amazing day. Judith chasing hard, but really today was the Candice show. And this final climb in the men's race. What an
heartbreak hill.
Oh, yeah. Where dreams go to die, or dreams go to be made.
And others are made indeed. Year 2025 champion at the Trail Verbier Saint-Bernard by UTMB, coming from Germany, Dominic Hohenleitner, who had the absolute perfect race. And look at this, the final sprint in the streets of Verbier that saw Anders Haga from Norway, representing Team VJ Sport, managed to come back on a late third and claim second place. And here, coming from Italy and representing Team New Balance, Mattia Bertoncini managed to come through the line, secure her third place, and I've been told that he now showered and is fully recovered. Spirits are high again. So he's all good.
And in the women's race, Candice just kept pulling away, kept breaking that, making up time and pulling further away. And as she got to that finish line, she really showed such class and such joy. I think we were all very happy for her to have had the race that she had today after a tough year of no racing. So very cool to see her celebrate that with her family as well. And then we were left waiting to see what happened in the second and third. It was a tense couple minutes waiting to see if there would be any changes happening in second and third, but Judith managed to hold on. Judith Meskes from Lazy Boy Track Club. She finished in second position in what she said was a beautiful race, but also very hard. And Helen Delme coming through, also just saying that, you know, what a beautiful race. And yeah, the two were just better today, but incredible race from her. I think she will be happy to see her family at that finish line today.
Yes, Tony, I wouldn't have said it better. That's just a really good prep for World Champs. And there we go. You have it with the splits in the men's on this Verbier Marathon. Dominique Hohenleitner finished in a time of 4:35.53, 6 minutes 52 back. Anders Haga 7:17 back. Mattia Bertoncini. Anthony Costales was another 7.5 minutes back from Mattia. And then Massimo Farco, 25 minutes back from the lead in 5:00:55. And then I will let you do the woman as it comes.
And here we are with the women's ranking at Verbier Marathon. We only have the top three at the moment, but what a top three it was. What a race they had. Candice Fertin in 5:23.55, she led from start to finish, an incredible masterclass. Judith Meskes from Geneva, well, living in Geneva, finished 21 minutes back, and Hélène Delmer was 26 minutes back from Candice. And an incredible race from all three of those ladies. I think they are going to be very excited to be punching their tickets to the OCC UTMB World Finals in August 2026.
Exciting times. And here we have a few replays. We can carry on a bit of a gait analysis clinic.
Oh wow! I mean, I'm just.
Can you hear it?
This is my song. This is my song. The producers just, but they know me. What a day! What a day! Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in. I think it's been a super exciting 43 kilometers to follow, and it's been a pleasure to be with you, Martin. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you for coming, and I'm glad I was on your team before being on the opposite team with Maj. So here, next weekend is going to be a whole lot of fireworks. Can we pull this off? There we go. Because we're going to be covering 2 UTMB World Series events with Eiger Ultra Trail. We'll stay in Switzerland, as well as Monte Rosa Valveg in Italy. So next weekend, we know you had nothing better to be with us. So thanks for being with us. Thanks, Tony, for being an awesome team partner. And we'll see you next weekend.
See you next weekend. Next weekend, the competition is on.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Via, C'è tanta gente, non ci facciamo prendere dall'entusiasmo.
Allez, bien en gestion, le cardio est bon, c'est parfait.
Mi è venuta una vescica, fa un male cane.
Aïe, ah, ça va pas du tout cet orteil.
Ce l'ho fatta, è finita.
It's a pleasure to be back on the UTMB World Series. There's the man. Oh, the world is watching. We're alive.
Merci à tous d'être présents.
That gap is melting.
Bonjour à toutes, bonjour à tous et bienvenue.
Allez, c'est parti. What a race.
The mountains are calling now.
Il y a de l'UTMB index au mètre carré. And it is not over.
Oh no.
Insane.
That was fast. Welcome our champion. Oh man. Wow. Oh, one of the big jobs. Yes! Good work, Rod. Good work.
Absolutely beautiful out there. It's such a beautiful course.
The trail running community, there's always a support for each other.
Everyone in the whole crowd loves this race and loves our sport.
I wanted to win. I wanted it so much. I was dreaming about it. That's the best feeling and the best result. That's why I do this sport.
I'm really grateful to be at the start line surrounded by these amazing athletes.
If you are a trail runner, you have to take part one time in your life.
Eh bien écoute, tu peux être heureux d'être finisher des Verbier marathon, bravo à toi. Et la première arrive, main dans la main. Allez, pour prendre vite, qui vient d'en terminer. On a eu des arrivées dans les bras parce que les enfants étaient tout petits. On a eu les nouveau-nés, les pleurs des parents, les pleurs de papa, les pleurs de maman sur le côté. Et c'est Tron qui vient d'en terminer. Congratulations guys, Tron finisher. 47 place. Et Anne Koenig qui vient prendre la 5e place, 6e place du côté des filles, me semble-t-il. L'Allemande qui elle aussi en termine une excellente 48e place au scratch. Elle vient prendre la 6e place du côté des féminines. Excellente 6e place. Les supporters sont présents sur cette ligne et maintenant ça va succéder. Ça va plus s'arrêter jusqu'à dimanche après-midi. Tout le monde va arriver ensemble. Corentin Lefebvre, on va commencer par toi. Corentin, félicitations. On les voit, restez par là avec nous, on assiste à un spectacle incroyable. On a des oufs de soulagement sur chaque athlète qui en termine. Les crampes jamais bien loin, le moral. On est content d'en avoir terminé, on va aller se mettre à l'ombre, on va les ravitailler. Ouais, même du côté des collègues. Rich, bon appétit.